Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the NLC, where we are bringing you semi-final numero dos of the Aurora Cup 2023. My name is Middlecott, and joining me for this match is Veteran.
Yes, I'm very excited to be here. Aurora Cup, always the big one for the end of NLC, the real trophy. You know, some might say this is what the whole year has been leading towards, technically, you know, so very happy to be here.
Yeah, well, last event of the year, it's kind of like the World Championship, except a little bit more prestigious. And taking to the Rift today, we have got a couple of teams who have had interesting trajectories to get here. Of course, that is going to be Jlingz, your reigning Division 3 champions, facing off against the Div 1 powerhouse of Verdant.
Yeah, I mean, but until they actually separate the L and the I am going to refer to them as Jlingz for the rest of the broadcast. Honestly, though, some upsets from them so far, right? I think very few of us expected that the natives lineup would end up falling to them. So there's obviously potential there, and a lot of it is because they play very, how do I put this, chaotic League of Legends, especially in the early phase of the game. They're doing things you might quite expect. They play very much for their lanes, and it really throws a lot of people off in how aggressive they are in doing so in the early phase of the game. Let's see if it throws off Verdant.
Yeah, well, and I think a part of that we need to mention right at the top of the day is that the Jlingz roster that we're seeing in this Winter Cup is basically identical to the guys who won Division 3. The only swap is Rusty Sniper coming in as AD carry, and of course we've seen him in Division 1 absolutely tearing it up.
Yes.
But you touched on Verdant, who are going to be their opponents today, and I think they have come through with an incredibly strong roster.
Oh yeah, and the way that they play shows the confidence that they have in the lineup as well, right? It's just a 3-lane setup, and they generally play for priorities in all 3 lanes, short of maybe some matchups going a little bit awry in the draft phase, but they generally leave each other to their own solo scenarios. And the jungler ends up getting played through by the support quite heavily for large amounts of the game. Most of the pairings happen in a very controlled manner, quite the opposite of what Jlingz are showing on the other side.
Right, well let's take a little bit of a look at how our analysts, how our casters have predicted this matchup to go down, because I think if you'd asked any of us before that game against natives who would win between Verdant and Jlingz, it would have been Verdant all across the board. But I mean, yourself, you've been convinced by the performance that Jlingz put up against the Div 1 champions.
True, definitely, that's what happened here. And there are... I did not just miss the prediction cut off at all.
No, not at all, not at all.
But there are a lot of similarities between the way that Verdant approached the game and the way that natives that Jlingz actually tore through approach the game as well. They're very, very controlled in their early playstyle. They have a lot of confidence in their solo lanes and in their duo lanes to play out the game in an efficient manner. And Jlingz do everything they can to disrupt that. They're not playing chess whatsoever here. They're playing rugby, if anything at all. And Verdant just have to make sure that they don't get taken down the way that natives did.
But we do need to emphasize how good those solo lanes for Verdant are. And that's kind of why I've put them just edging out on this series, because you've got Nillet in the top lane. He's been on Verdant this entire year and has been a real stalwart for them from that role. You've got Ero coming back into the mid lane. He absolutely tore it up in spring. And then you've got this AD carry Flicker coming in. Not really seen too much of him in terms of the NLC, but he's had a really great year. Won Ultra League at Div 2. Won the Elite Series in summer. Is now coming into this tournament hoping to finish off the year with another victory.
Yeah, I want to be clear here, right? I think if you want me to say which team is objectively playing good League of Legends, right, it is definitely Verdant, right? Yeah. Verdant's manner of playing the game is very well practiced. They should have, in the lanes that they end up picking, they should have the confidence that they can be played out in a solo manner. You should be playing for jungle on the picks that you are picking there. You should be doing all of these things. But as the saying goes, the Master Swordsman does not fear the second best swordsman. He fears the man who's never picked up a sword. And Jlingz do somewhat play like that in the early phases of the game. You'll end up taking trades you think are surely safe because surely there's been a match in resets with enemy jungler, and it just hasn't happened, and suddenly the whole game plan has been thrown off, right? It's very difficult to know what you're up against when they don't even know what they're doing themselves.
Well, I think there is a little bit of a method to the madness. It's not
there's a
completely
method.
random. There is a method. And being able to surprise opponents, be in positions where you're not necessarily expected to be, is a great way to catch out teams like Verdant who are a little bit more practiced, a little bit more regimented. And I think we've seen from them already a few times in this tournament that when Verdant haven't necessarily been able to set up, they have been susceptible to being punished.
I mean, if I want to put it in a much more polite manner, and honestly probably a more realistic manner for what we're about to see here, Verdant are the fortress, right? They are the castle, they're very, very well built, alright, it's a kingly place to be defending, and all the guards are wearing armor. What Jlingz do in their approach is they just throw everything on the battering ram and make sure that gets down the door, right? And that's how they beat natives, right? For example, the Olaf game, there's no real reason for you to be there still at 4 minutes 7 seconds, but somehow you are there, and now the Olaf is snowballing, and oh dear god, it's an Olaf, right? If they are able to pull that off, right, find some massive pressure point that they can just keep fisting over and over again, they can break into the Verdant Fortress with that battering ram, and then, you know, king themselves all the way through, right? But whether they'll do that or not, that's up to Verdant.
That's such a thing because there is so much stability and there is so much quality. And I think whilst we are painting Verdant as a bit more of this regimented team, they absolutely have the ability to sally out and get aggressive when they want to, particularly around Sniller. A lot of what he was doing in that series versus Ruddy was being very aggressive in the enemy jungle, constantly invading the Jarvan, preventing him from getting to these lanes. And if you could shut down the opponent's early game, when you are this very clean, very methodical team, that sets you up for an excellent mid game, which is, I think, where these guys really shine.
Level 1s could be a really big thing that a control team could do to try to disrupt an early game team like that. I think, though, where Verdant would end up making it back would be in these neutral objective fights, because when Verdant explode the game, it is around Drake, it's around Baron or Herald, right? Something like this, and you can try a snowball as much as you want, right, Jlingz, but you are going to have to meet them in a 5-on-5 at some point, and at that point, I would put my bet on Verdant. And because those parts of the game are inevitable, it does still feel to me like Verdant can be very, very confident. But Jlingz will at the very least make it interesting. I think your 3-2 prediction is very, very accurate for what we're likely to see for this series, if no one gets in each other's heads here. Right?
Yeah.
There is a bit of a mental game to League of Legends. You can start losing confidence in things you were confident in before because things are happening that you're just not used to. And if you have those moments of indecisions, that can have a big butterfly effect that can lead to a Nexus falling.
Well, and if we're talking about confidence, I feel like this is a really good time to bring in the whole Fearless format, right? Because looking at these lineups, there are a few players here that I see with big champions, okay? I think the E-roll Azir is a massive one. And if you pick that and then you don't win on it, that can have an effect on you, especially in a long best of 5.
Yep, and very often teams will allow picks like that through outside of Fearless and be like, well, we think we have a way to counter it. You only typically get one shot at that, right? And now one shot is the only shot that you have. So you could very easily be like, all right, if it fails to win us this game, at least we don't have to face the Azir again, so we're not going to get punished for our inability to control it, we're not going to lose a ban for it. So there are very, very good reasons to leave something like an Azir open now in Fearless. Beforehand, we'd say it's a bit of an ego. Now I'd say it's a really safe thing to do. You know what they're not going to let through, though? Nyla's not going to get that Lumble. He was an absolute monster on it early on in the tournament. We've talked about him as one of these very, very good strong side players, but this season we've seen him as a bit of a weak side player as well. Rumble can do it all. You know, you can't dive this guy, alright? He just cakes the battlefield. You can't really fight this guy in 2v2 under any decent setup. He just kind of cakes the battlefield. Remove that from Nala, especially in its current state.
Yeah, as we are jumping into the draft, and we're not really seeing a massive focus to any lane in particular for the side of Verdant, but Jlingz recognizing how good Lilla is. The Jax was absolutely terrifying in spring. We didn't see too much of it in summer, but we know that it's a power pick, and this is another power pick here. The Xayah, really strong in the meta currently, but also a takeaway from Rusty Sniper, one of his favorites.
Yeah, it is. Draven is still up for Rusty Sniper, though, right? That is a pick we always have to be considering when he's there. Also, Aphelios, but into a Xayah opener, I'd be less inclined to go for an Aphelios pick. But Draven's still a possibility. The Rel plus Xayah is a setup we've seen from Verdant already. It is likely that they do want to do that, especially if we're talking about them wanting to play out all 3 lanes. You don't want to be against a Rel, and you yourselves would definitely want to be prioritizing such a pick.
Well, because the Rel takeaway, it's going to limit, particularly, I think, the impact that FGG is going to be able to have on the map, because he really likes to, off first reset, become active, get onto the map, and set up a load of these kills. And Jlingz, with this rotation of the Orianna, I feel like they've drafted a couple of quite stable picks early on. These are just going to go well into kind of any comp.
Yeah, and good bullies as well, right? And you have at least one bull delivery system set up with the Orianna. Now, big thing people are relearning and haven't quite relearned yet is that when it comes to low mobility mage picks, Jarvan is your kryptonite, and the Jarvan has been slammed in by Verdant. That's going to make Bendix's time a lot more awful. He can't go for a lot of trades high up that he would want to go, because that Jarvan instantly burns your flash just by existing in proximity to your lane at this point. Paired up with the Rakan as well, into a Rakan in bot side, I think Verdant are feeling very comfortable in the draft phase.
No, absolutely. Is Jlingz going to be picking up the blind Renekton? I think that this is possibly the matchup which is the most one-sided in favor of Verdant, if we're going to see that. So I'm not really too surprised to see Samson just go, hey, I'm going to play the Crocodile, I'm going to weak side, and I'm just going to try and absorb as much pressure as I can on the top half of the Rift.
Very interesting that you've shown the Rel, but you haven't gone for the ADC yet. This indicates to me that the Rel may in fact be going in towards jungle, right? So it's a good takeaway from Verdant, but in fact they've baited Verdant into revealing their whole bot lane, which, I'm going to be real, guys, I could have told you it was going to be Xayah Rakan when they called in the Xayah. And now they might be thinking more about what AD support pairing they have, and they think they have at least 3 ADs that would go well with the support pairing. So we could be seeing a full top side already locked in by Jlingz here. For the Renekton, we know what Nilla likes, right? Yeah. He loves these split pushes, right? He loves these duelists. Renekton, very strong champion at controlling all of those. Obviously, his uses a little bit few and far between compared to some other champions you could do, but into the pool that Nilla likes, actually quite a decent pick. Moving the Cassante is good, because that's probably the most useful thing Nala could pick right now. The Fiora, I respect not wanting to deal with that, right? You don't, like, with Nyla, he knows the champions in and outs. It's not a typical Fiora. Camille would be the next thing we'd think of if we're thinking about, like, classic Nyla of what's left open. Less said about Cassante, the better. That challenge doesn't count.
But I think, again, it just shows the amount of respect that you need to display towards this player. You've blind to Renekton, and even there, you're still feeling like there are 2 champs that you just can't let Nilla have. Now, Rusty Sniper, he's a big fan of some of these aggressive AD carries. I think that the Kai'Sa fits quite into that pool, and this one means that the flex potential of the Rel is still alive on the side of Jlingz.
Yeah, I will say, though, like, opting into this heavy all-in composition rather than going into some form of range, very, very difficult to play out now. But I think the moment the Jarvan was locked in, you're no longer seeing the Draven as that viable, you're no longer seeing the Aphelios as that viable, the Jlingz even could maybe be a bit risky, though I feel like there's still a range you can play with. But you're doing now an all-in composition to an opening Xayah because you feel you need the mobility. Enemies are slammed in Cassio. They're full disengage now. This is a very difficult composition to go melee range into, and that's pretty much what every champion wants to do there, with the exception of Orianna, who needs your melee champs to get in so she can execute her bull combo. Gnar, very safe pick on the top side there. Can go either way in the next Gnar matchup, depends entirely on the players. And now we'll see if the Rel goes support or if the Rel goes jungle. Either way, it is both a support and jungle last rotation.
Offering a Kha'Zix, which is a little bit spicy, is actually going to get locked in. Okay, so
Kha'Zix time as well.
Yeah, feels like this is a bit of a gauntlet thrown down by Jlingz in game 1. It's a very aggressive draft that wants to go forward, but I think if you fall behind on this, you can risk just getting outplayed by Verdant in the fights.
There are other ways to play this now, though, right? You have W poke potential from the Kha'Zix, and you have W poke potential from the Kai'Sa as well. You are actually now looking at a much more ranged composition than you were looking at before in terms of options and stalemate scenarios. They can be very, very tactical about when they go in. But if I'm thinking about which team is tactical, I'd normally use that to describe Verdant. Jlingz would have to play a more intelligent game in later stages than they've otherwise played. In the early stages, though, I do feel like Kha'Zix still fits with how Urban has been playing. This guy plays quite strange. He will extend on the map in terms of reset timings to get things done, and I think with Kha'Zix, if you're doing that in a one-on-one scenario, that could go really well for you. You mentioned before, we have seen Snarler doing invades. Invading a Kha'Zix doesn't typically go well for you.
Yeah, no, I think in the 1v1 should have the advantage on against the Jarvan, but I kind of want to take a look at the way that this Confront is going to operate holistically. We talked about them being a team that really like to have these strong lanes that then allow them to play for jungle. Is that what we're kind of seeing here, or is Snarler focused on being more of an enabler?
So I do think the lanes will still be able to have priority. It is interesting to see Snell on the Jarvan because Jarvan's presence should be what enables that priority on midsection and a little bit on bot. What's likely to be happening is that with good enough vision control, you pretty much have to play as if the Jarvan is anywhere anyway. So there's a lot on Urban to have to clear certain sides of the river to make sure that Cassio doesn't just have the de facto pressure of a potential figurative, metaphorical Jarvan everywhere, right? Now, if he does have that kind of river control, then the Jarvan actually does have to start fighting earlier. But we do know that these guys do love to fight around every neutral objective, so that's still likely something we're going to see Snilla contest.
We're going to get there. We've got Nilla, we've got Snilla. It's like, come on.
We have Jlingz and Jlingz. I don't know.
Well, Jlingz and Jlingz is one that you made up for yourself. I'm not sure
Look
that we
at
can...
it, man. It says Jlingz, man. Look at it.
Oh my, I didn't think that twice this year we get into discussions on logos, but here we are. I do like the idea of the hypothetical Jarvan, though, right? Because it can abuse a lot of these lanes, and you've got damage in these lanes that will really help get you these early kills if Snella is able to find access. I'm looking at this Kha'Zix, I'm thinking, in game one of this series, this is such a gauntlet to throw down, because when I see weird jungle picks, I'm typically thinking, okay, you're down on your luck a little bit, things haven't gone the way that you've planned, you want to throw a curveball. We're getting that off the first pitch.
Think about it with W and E evolves at level 11, though, right? You're looking at poke Kai'Sa, poke Kha'Zix, and Orianna to shield the Kha'Zix when he goes in for the resets, and pretty much a guaranteed reset with that Orianna ball, right? It's actually a composition that has a lot of thought put into it, and it does somewhat negate the sheer amount of disengage that your opponents have done here, right? Because they are assuming you're going to play a full melee Orianna deathball composition into you, and that last pick, that has dramatically changed it. But the most important thing we haven't discussed here yet, right, and you did bring this up, is logos, right? So, as you'll recall, we talked about the Natives logo, right? It was all about how every single letter was there. Verdant have taken that one conversation we had and redesigned their logo entirely around it, right? So, as you can see...
I don't think we've got that much impact.
I believe we do, okay? I've seen the tweets. I'm very sure that we have that much impact on Verdant, okay?
Right.
Look at it.
For anyone who is wondering where the League of Legends is, we're just having to remake the lobby. So we will be a few minutes before we're able to jump into game. But that gives us a little bit more time to talk about the years that these orgs have had, Veteran. Are you okay?
Where's the D?
Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Are you listening to a word that I'm saying, mate?
I'm listening to words that you are saying.
All right, but for Jlingz, this has been a very strange year, because in spring they had about 8 million players on their roster and they did nothing with it. In summer, they just won everything that was in front of them in Div 3, and whilst they've had some struggles coming into this Aurora Cup, I was speaking with Dem about those, like integrating Rusty Sniper into this roster could have gone a little bit more smoothly, but from the sounds of things, the atmosphere is really, really good in the team, and we've already seen them be able to perform against Div 1 opponents, and for my mind, it doesn't seem like there's a concrete reason why they wouldn't be able to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, momentum is a massive thing. They're coming in with confidence, and that matters, but there's no reason for Verdant not to be coming in with confidence as well here, right? Like, I think the first game is going to dictate the flow of the entire series. There is a potential risk that if Jlingz are forced to stumble on the initial bout here, that might cause them to reassess how confident they are coming into the series as a whole, and it could just lead to a stomp for Verdant. On the flip side, I feel like Verdant should have more recovery if they lose on the first series. So a Verdant loss on the first game would signal to me more likely a 5-game series. But who knows? Maybe you so don't expect to be losing to a, Div 3 team this year, that does throw off your entire plan and your confidence. Confidence does matter a lot when it comes to these kinds of team-based games. Confidence is how fast you make a decision. We talk about reaction times, but that your ability to process and make a decision is going to be impacted much more heavily by confidence than it is by anything else. That kind of mental stuff is real. That's why there was a big rush in 2015 to get sports psychologists in. Because it is a very, very real factor, and I still can't find the D in the Verdant logo. I mean, the A is really obvious.
I mean,
right?
it's there. You got the V as well, because it's kind of like the upside down A. Like, it just kind of works. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, the V, E, the R's are like on either side of the V.
Yeah.
But where's the D?
We're going to need a proper breakdown of this at some point.
Is it just like, if you take the two lines, like, in the middle, right? The two vertical lines in the middle.
Yeah.
Technically, that's kind of like a D, no? If you just flip it. If you just take those, just take that cross section.
I feel like with this, it's about how abstract you want your,
it's the D, no?
It's how abstract you want the D to be. Because I think, like, from my mind, I think those antlers at the top, I think if you turn your head like... thank you, production, for catching me like that. Really appreciate that. Take one of those, I think you would probably, like... It's like a D, but it hasn't got, like, the extra little bit... Oh, really appreciate that, bro. So kind.
He cooks as well, ladies.
Just learning. I am really, really bad right now, but it's all about... Hey, that's what we're talking about. It's all about gaining confidence. It's all about doing these processes.
Just say, yes, I can cook, right?
Yes!
Because you can cook.
Yeah, Michelin star is on the way. Well, we're talking about the confidence for Jlingz and confidence existing for Verdant. They are currently unbeaten in the Aurora Cup.
Yeah, I know. So... It was a 3-0 against... To be clear, the Natives wasn't just an upset. It was a stomp. All right? Yeah. when they got that first win, it was just a complete crumble city on their opponents, and they weren't bad opponents at all. You had Chrisberg, you had Julbu, who you might remember got a lot of hype in the last Aurora Cup as well, and has been getting pretty decent hype in Div 2 throughout the year. And I would say he plays very, very similarly to how Snille does, right? Just, if anything, a bit more aggressive than the way that Snille typically plays. So this really threw them off. There are two ways you could think about that. One way you could think about it is that, okay, he plays more aggressive, so surely that should have been a harder opponent for Jlingz, or Jlingz, however you want to say it, right? Just change it.
It's Jlingz. It's not. It's just
it's a you.
It's just...
Yeah, I agree. It's just a you. The other way that you could think about it is that they played a less controlled style, so they played a style that is easier to disrupt, right? Whereas Verdant, in the way that they play the game, they are envisioning the game exploding at these fights later on anyway. It probably is not going to be a big issue for them if you get 2 or 3 kills in the early phase. Their mentality is probably more likely to hold it, because they're not expecting the super... They do get early leads, but their playstyle isn't built with those early leads in mind. No. Whereas Jlingz absolutely is.
And then you look at, like, the chemistry that exists between those players. Like, Jlingz were a roster that was together for a lot of summer, but you've got Nille, who has been on Verdant, like, this entire year, played with E-Roll in spring. E-Roll and Flicker, they won Elite Series in summer together. So in these key carries, Verdant, like, has a load of players that understand what they want. And I was actually talking to ATN, the coach of Verdant. He specifically said, yeah, our mid laner and our ADC, they get along really well. They've got this great banter, and they understand what each other need in teamfights and how to position. So I think if you're looking at one of these calmer early games, that's definitely something that Verdant can leverage in those bigger fights once that really start deciding the game. I've just got word from production that the draft has been started on the remade lobby, so we are just waiting for that to be completed. And once that's done, we're going to be able to jump into game. They haven't told me that we're going to be getting into game very soon, but I feel confident enough that League of Legends will soon be gracing our eyes, Veteran, that I'm going to be asking you for a prediction. For game one.
This game.
On this game, who takes it?
I mean, this one's very difficult. I would still say Verdant have the better draft overall, and I can't see Jlingz being like a team that can't even get the I in after the L. I can't see them being patient enough to pull off a composition like this. If they can, though, the series is gonna go their way, right? There are teams at high levels that I wouldn't say have the confidence, not necessarily the confidence, have the patience to pull it off. I'd be very excited. Also, production, if we're taking requests, can we find out where I voted Errol in spring? Because I think in my head I rated him quite highly, maybe even as like Rookie of the Split.
I might have put him like, I'm pretty sure I voted him for Rookie of the Split.
Yeah, I want that confirmed because I think one of the biggest losses we had in summer was Errol, right? I would have loved to have seen him have another split with Verdant. I would have loved to have seen him have another split in the NLC in general and just completely dominate with a similar lineup. They're really good.
Veteran!
Yeah,
good news! He's here! He's on your screen and we are in game, and Jlingz are setting up for something crazy at the level 1 flicker, gonna get caught out of first blood! Hey guys, it's Crow.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, and Verdant's plans normally go off pretty much without a hitch in the early phase. Jlingz, no. They are a snowball-dependent team, right? Not necessarily a snowball-dependent composition, but as a team and as a way that they play, it's by getting advantages like this. We were saying we would like for Verdant to maybe do something level 1 to disrupt Jlingz. Jlingz are like, you know what? If they're going to do something like that, we're going to do it even earlier, right? Getting out ahead of your opponents, making them have to read your playbook, catch up to where you are, rather than play their game. That's the way that I don't want to be insulting this, but that's the way that worse teams generally beat better teams, and they are still the lowest seed here. They've been proving a lot in their run, right? But they're still the lowest seed here, and they're the ones with something to prove.
Well, it started off quite well. First Blood onto your support isn't necessarily going to be optimal gold distribution, but it demonstrates that Jlingz aren't a team that you can underestimate. You can't just walk up to your red buff because they're going to fist fight you for it, and what was that? Was that like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes that we had a League of Legends there? That was pretty good. Pretty good. 2 minutes 20. All right, enough for a Twitter video. Veteran, with all the League of Legends that we have seen on our screens, has your prediction wavered at all?
We aren't at the part that requires patience yet, so no, I can't say that this has changed much, to be honest. Well, winning level 1 is not as big of an mate. Yeah, I'm impressed that they did something level 1 at all, though. Right? Like, I think that's really good that this team is being proud that they're thinking about strategy like this. I think that's a really good sign for Jlingz.
Oh, right. And we did see Bendix taking a little bit of control of mid lane there, or the Oriana. We haven't really touched much on that matchup in particular. E-Roll is known for this Cassiopeia. How is that champion going to be able to interact against the Oriana in the lane, and then when it comes to the fights a little bit later?
That's going to be very dependent on how much presence the Jarvan is allowed to have, right? If the Jarvan is allowed to have any at all, then there's a very clear safe zone that Cassiopeia can play through and maybe even threaten, right? She is going to win these extended fights. Oriana wants to be able to do quick trades and go back to farming and maintain her range advantage. But if Cassie is able to close the gap for an extended period of time, it will be entirely on her, right? So it's going to be very dependent on the Jarvan. Jarvan changes everything. Way back in 2017, it ended up just being, I guess we have to first pick Jarvan every game because otherwise we can pretty much only pick Corki. Because Cassio is vulnerable to it, Oriana's vulnerable to it, any low mobility mage is vulnerable to it. Zoe, big one that was very powerful at the time, but if Jarvan was picked, you didn't typically start seeing Zoe, right? So you start looking at these high mobility mid laners when Jarvan's there, but they slammed the blind Orianna. So massive matchup differential. I want to see how the tournament evolves with that particular pick, but we're on Fearless, so I didn't get to see that. I'm just not going to see Jarvan again, so...
I mean, that is the extra dimension to this. We could talk about how, Jarvan is an incredible pick. Yeah, the Cassio is an incredible pick. Win or lose, this is it for them. So you need to be able to get the value out of these incredibly high prio picks, because if this goes to 5 games, Still is going to have to play something which isn't as good as Jarvan.
I mean, that's the thing, right? In terms of a Fearless strategy, I'd much rather be the guys that can't play Kha'Zix Kai'Sa the next round than the guys that can't play Jarvan, Xayah, Rakan the next round, right? Like, you fumble the bag on Kha'Zix game 1, oh well, very niche, requires a very particular thing to do to be able to make it work. If you can't do it game 1, probably not going to pull it off game 2.
Snilla, go for an invade, interrupts the jump from Urban, who's had to pop the ghost to get away. Is going to be able to escape under his tower, but this is what Verdant love to do. They've got pressure in that mid lane, and it means Snilla can go for these aggressive moves.
Yep, and Kha'Zix very low HP on his initial clear. Snilla knows it's likely to be the case, moves into the jungle, sees a very easy opening in towards Urban there. So very, very good stuff from Snilla. That does help the tempo, but I would also argue you've potentially helped Urban by forcing him to have to recall before 4 minutes 30. So...
Not going to be able to do any pushback tricks for a little
recall.
moment. I'm intrigued to see the ghost hit on the Kha'Zix. I'm assuming that's because your E is just so powerful as a dash once you get that upgraded with the reset that you don't really need the extra mobility from your summoner spell.
Ghost Kha'Zix with Aura Evolve was also a really big deal back in the day. Very aggressive from
Not
Pro.
up from FGG and Jlingz. They start the engage in the bottom lane, but it goes horribly for them as FGG able to pick up the first kill for Verdant. Urban here to prevent any further aggression onto Rusty Sniper, but that was Jlingz initiating the play and falling flat on their face.
I mean, there's a logic behind doing a play when you know Jarvan must be topside. You saw he had 3 camps. You knew he didn't enter Urban's bot-side jungle, so you know he has to be topside now. And especially if he's recalling, he must be moving into topside. So there's a logic about doing a trade on bot lane where your jungler could theoretically be, and getting both HP bars low and letting your jungler capitalize. But Verdant, they called their bluff. They were like, okay, very sure your jungler can't actually be in lane yet. We're going to extend this trade out to the end, and that nets them the kill.
Yeah, and with how both these teams have kind of prioritized jungle attention towards the mid and top side of the map, getting a lead in the 2v2 could prove decisive, because I don't think that Urban's going to be trying to jump on top of Flicker, especially once he hits level 6, gets access to the Featherstorm.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on level 6, the Xayah Rakan lane is one of the safest in the game. Oh, the flash!
Not going to be enough to take out Samson. Has to trade that one with Snillhead, but it's a side lane advantage once again for Verdant.
Yep, it is going to be a teleport from Samson early on. It might not turn to that big an advantage now, but the Jarvan burning the flash there is definitely going to be huge. He'll be looking to go back and do something with that one. There you go.
Yeah, a little bit of an invade here onto Urban, and it's the same story as before. Erol gets the shove in mid, fogs towards his top side, and is here to protect his jungler. Bendix moving over and still not able to steal away any of their camps, but still putting down Urban, preventing him from getting into these lanes.
Big thing here though, Snilla did a full clear before his reset. He's on double longsword versus Kha'Zix single longsword. He's very dependent on his laners right now to be able to secure his own jungle. It's usually Snilla that's the one that wants to be working with laners. For Urban, it's not a want, it's a necessity.
And thus far, I feel like the tempo of the game is favouring a little bit more what we were expecting from Verdant. Yes, we're still waiting to hit level 6s on a lot of our big engagers, especially coming out of this bot lane, but Crow hasn't really been able to get out on map, and whilst FGG has made some maneuvers, they've not resulted in kills.
Not yet, but has resulted in a pretty wide open map state right now. None of the lanes are really going super hard against the other. The kills are on the supports on both sides. So it does still look like Jlingz will have the opportunity to use their poke advantage later on in the game. They also seem to be first on towards the Drake. We'll see if Verdant ends up contesting this. Cassio's very late to lane, so I'd assume they just let this one go. Having this kind of survivability is going to be big when you have the Orianna shields.
Well, FGG needs to be careful. Step very far up in the river, and Crow is going to be able to knock him up. Dash back away, the Battle Dance, the Rakan offers him so much mobility, and Verdant might just fight this. E-Roll is level 6, has access to the Petrifying Gaze, but it's a Twin Fang that takes out Crow.
Yeah, actually a lot slower on the Drake than I thought they would be, and Verdant, they're able to actually do the contest, and as is usual, they actually break open the game at one of those contests. That is typically how Verdant look to do things. They win these fights around Drake, they win these fights around Herald, they win these fights around Baron, and that's normally what propels them in towards the game. So, yes, early, the kills only end up going on the supports, the lanes don't swing that hard, but on this first Drake, game definitely in Verdant's favour for now.
Yeah, and it's a kill onto E-Roll, which is pretty much exactly where you want some of that gold distribution. I was checking on Twitter earlier today, looking back at the roster announcement that Verdant put out for the Aurora Cup, and some of the stuff that this man is able to do on Cassiopeia is absolutely disgusting. Nilla gonna throw away a particularly angry Samson. There's been some heavy trading in the top lane, but it hasn't resulted in anyone going down just yet.
Not yet. Urban hovering very, very hard, but looks like he's aching for a classic Verdant neutral objective fight, maybe? Nope, chooses not to do the Herald this time around. FGG already with Snilla. We talked before about how strongly FGG plays towards his jungler. It gives good advantages in scenarios like this, right? It's very difficult to face these guys at neutrals like the Herald because they're normally big at grouping at these points on the map. It's their big catalyst for their victories.
And whilst Verdant are investing time into this Herald, I think we just saw on the minute Crow was hovering through mid, has actually made his way over. Jlingz, they got pushed off the last objective, and they're going to push Verdant off this one. Rift Herald looks like it's going to reset, but straight back into the arms of the red side team.
An extended scenario here, though, is just going to become a more even team fight.
Still there. That's very aggressive, getting on top of Bendix. E-Roll on the side here, able to throw out the Twin Fangs. Two people caught with a shockwave, and it's Crow that gets the first kill. Bendix forced to flash away, but it's still a 3v3. Jlingz going to be able to bring more people here, but Verdant still opting in. Samson going forward, dashing in.
No way!
Dicing, tearing them apart, but he's going to get stunned by the Petrifying Gaze. E-Roll is still alive, dishing out the damage, and Verdant are getting stuck from this fight. The shield comes through, one more hit, a double for the Cassiopeia. E-Roll finally going to drop down courtesy of Bendix, but Verdant will say thank you very much, pick up 3 kills in the top side.
A fight that came down to inches there, and one of the kills ended up going onto the support on either side, but look at how fed E-Roll is now. Man, the moment his Conqueror's procced, he was surviving for days there, getting the shields from the Rakan, getting the additional defense with his Jarvan, able to make it work. There was a moment there where I thought Renekton was going to be able to grab Nilla. He instead turns directly into Cassia's Petrifying Gaze and gets stunned. I think if he doesn't turn into that, there's a possibility the fight goes completely in Jlingz's way. But as is, that one mistake ends up giving Verdant a massive teamfight win.
And we're starting to see a bit more of an advantage emerge. They won that early fight around the Dragon, but that didn't really break the game in any sort of way. And it's only a 1,000 gold difference as it stands. But the fact that Verdant were able to win the fight around that Herald, and with Crow going back towards the bot lane, looks like Snilla is just going to be able to pick this one up for free.
Yeah, looks like it's not going to be a contest by Jlingz, but contesting Verdant around neutrals is contesting them where they are their strongest. So far, 2 neutral objectives, 2 teamfight wins for Verdant, and that's typically how Verdant games have gone. If Jlingz want to win, they need to take advantage of their composition later on in the game and just try to play lane-based scenarios. Sieges are what their composition actually does very well once the Kai'Sa and the Kha'Zix have their poken. But we'll see. If they end up just playing this as a Death Ball composition with Orianna, with Kha'Zix being a part of a ball-to-ball delivery system, then I think Verdant are going to have a very, very comfortable time with their full disengage comp.
Absolutely. Top lane has not been two hotly contested. We did eye this Gnar versus Renekton matchup as one which can sway quite heavily based on who is the better player, and for the most part, Samson has been holding his own, hasn't lost any plates, but hasn't really been able to exert his will onto Nille either.
Not yet, at the very least. Gnar definitely scaling up for the later on team fights where he's going to be much more useful than Samson's going to be able to. The early flash burn definitely would have ended up saving Nille in many scenarios in lane. The threat not quite being there. I mean, he's going for the freeze. He's going for some level of threat. Could maybe change something when Jarvan shows.
Not sure if he's been spotted. There is a fair bit of vision in the bottom side of the river for Jlingz. But Snowlayer is going to walk over now and be spotted on. Dragon, second of the game, going to be a Chemtech spawned up, and with push in the bot lane, Verdant move over.
Yeah, I mean, you can see top side, the Gnar was able to get the crash in and is doing fake pressure towards midsection, which is very much going to dissuade Jlingz from trying to do a full-on
hold on, Stiller going for a turn onto the bottom lane of Jlingz. Rusty's able to escape over the wall, and it's Stiller. It's actually going to be dropping down. Teleport comes through on the backside from Verdant, but the fight is in the river. E-Roll's turned up, he's going to be able to put down the twin fangs. Throws out the miasma. Nille here in the mini. Gnar is not a tank just yet. The rest of Jlingz focusing down onto him, and he has got nowhere to go. FGG comes back over the wall, but gets out as quick as he can. That's a one fight for Jlingz.
Yeah, they actually ended up winning the fight there. Cassiopeia was on a reset. Yes, she had fake pressure down towards bot side, and that should have dissuaded Jlingz, especially with Gnar also having fake pressure towards bot side as well. But Jlingz again, they don't behave like you'd expect them to. They didn't back off, they didn't give them enough time, and by going all in with limited information, they were actually able to get an advantage before Cassiopeia's TP could get her there, before Gnar's TP could get him there on any sort of decent form, and so they were able to end up winning the fight. Playing a little bit odd ends up giving them an advantage. The confidence to just go in and know we either die slowly here, or we take a fight here and we give ourselves an advantage somewhere. That confidence has given Jlingz something to play for the rest of the game. 2-0-3 on the Orianna with multiple points of delivery. That's huge.
Yeah, and it sets us up for this tantalizing prospect entering the mid game where these teams are pretty much even. A kill advantage to Verdant, 6-5 doesn't really mean too much, particularly when you look at the state of mid lane. E-Roll got those early advantages, but Bendix, off the back of that fight, is right back in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Orianna, one of the queens of skirmishing, right? A lot has to be said that Errol wasn't really a part of that fight until the fight was pretty much decided, and Jlingz intelligently decided, let's not give the snowballing Cassiopeia a free Conqueror proc this time, and did choose to back off. If they can keep taking these fights away from Errol, that's a very viable strategy for them to be able to win.
Yeah, as the plates have fallen off, we haven't seen really any concerted effort from either of these teams to get a big shove down in a certain lane. Sniller gonna drop the Rift Tower in mid lane, but that tower is still pretty damn healthy, so this shouldn't be able to do too much damage.
Did I ever tell you about the time that Polly yelled at me Unforgiven because of something we said about Cassio's items?
Was it about a lack of boots?
Yeah, we were watching at Worlds. This is before the quarterfinals, and Forgiven was like, "Oh, what? Why didn't this guy buy any boots?" And I said, Faker didn't buy any boots either. It must be good." And Polly turned around and was like, "I actually can't tell if you guys are joking. Cassiopeia can't buy boots." We have Forgiven just awkwardly looked at each other.
Well, I tell you what. I tell you what. Like, you can't buy boots. Okay, you roll. That's 1,100 gold that you don't have to spend on Sork shoes, and you can spend on items that give you AP. And he's in a really accelerated form. He's already got that Rod of Ages stacking up, and is getting pretty close to the Archangel. Samson going for an aggressive trade, but he needs to be careful. 3 members of Verdant are around.
They are. No dive happening yet. Sniller, though, pulling off a little bit of an urban, staying a bit longer than one might expect, especially with blue buff respawning and bot side camp spawning.
Oh, Nilla's about to go mega. This could be an engage here. He's going to be able to get the knock-up, slamming him to the wall. It's permanent CC onto the Renekton. and it's a kill for Nilla.
The big thing that makes this worth and what you really want to be doing here is getting the map set up for that Herald coming up in top side. Off of that kill, you get double reset on top jungle, and they're going to be out on the map right as that Herald decides to start spawning, unless Spectator is trolling me.
No. That is how it works. We've got the bug with the dragons not necessarily appearing how they should be, but as far as I'm aware, Herald timers work.
Yep, so Nilla with teleport, translating him straight down towards bot side, Cassio on top side, ADC support in midsection. Perfect setup to be able to contest this neutral objective. The kind of controlled gameplay that gives Verdant such big opening advantages, that does turn into a tower. Such big opening advantages on this neutral. If Jlingz want to contest this, they'll be doing this without Rusty Sniper. They'll be doing it a man down.
Oh, stun coming through there from Eero. Going to be able to drop the Twin Fangs onto Samson, and Urban just can't get in, but he's evolving an ability whilst his top laner is dying. Bro, that's not what you want to be doing.
As a former Kha'Zix player, I'll call that worth. I get it.
Gets the R evolve, comes in with a taste of fear, and Eero, he's getting out DPS. Snake versus Insect. I'm not sure how this works in nature, but on the Rift, it's a kill for Urban.
I told you it was worth, man. I told you. Every time it's worth, alright? There's a strategy with Kha'Zix players, alright? Urban's a genius. You just don't know it. Nor does he.
A savant of League of Legends.
Yes. Well, no Herald, but it would be very unlikely that they'd be able to grab it anyway with the really nice map setup that Verdant had. Making a hardcore play on a side of the map was the best case for them. You'd prefer to do that bot side, but the big reason that makes the top side worth is you have that bounty now from Herald. Removing Herald from the map's nice and all, but you weren't getting anything from that. Grabbing the bounty from Herald, that's big, and it goes on a critical part of Jlingz's composition.
Speaking of Eero, he has got that Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed, so running away from this Cassiopeia is going to be even more difficult. Herald summoned in the mid lane. This one should be able to break the tower, and with Dragon spawning, Verdant will look to rotate over. Might look to fight as well, actually, as Samson has been caught a little bit on his lonesome, fails the flash overall, but is able to dash out there just in time, and Eero going for the 1v1 on Urban once again, although it's not a 1v1, as 5 members of the Green Machine are here to play. Nice shockwave Bendix, but it's a little bit too late to save your jungler.
But just like when it happened to Verdant on the last Drake, Verdant, they had their mid laner coming in too late. This time around, the fight's already decided before Bendix can come in, before Bendix can get a multi-man ultimate. And at that point, it's much too little, much too late. Very good positioning over that Drake from Verdant, and they get summarily rewarded for it. Trying to catch a Rakan is not happening, guys.
It's just not fun. It's just not fun. And the fact that Jarvan can EQ while stunned is not fun either. Nille just teleported to the top lane to secure the second tower of the game for Verdant, and that gold lead, it's swinging a little bit more in their favor now, but if I know Jlingz, I know they've got a play in mind to snatch it right back.
For sure, and they have to play like that, right? They have to play very fast and loose, be willing to give up ground in certain places to be able to get huge advantages in another one. Because if something has been shown by the first 19 minutes of this game, approaching Baron spawn, approaching late game, it's that Verdant's fundamentals are just very, very solid, right? They're setting up everything perfectly at the points where they've normally been able to get advantages before. Yes, you got the bounty from Errol, but that's a 6-2-1 Cassiopeia. You're unlikely to be able to win a straight 5-on-5 grouping. You must catch someone out, and if you're catching someone out the way the map is right now, yes, Verdant are probably getting something on the map for it, but there's no way for you to be able to get into a position where you can 5-on-5 them. You'll need to 5-on-5 them to win the game without you making a play like that. So we want to see something up the sleeve of Jlingz. Maybe I'll actually call them Jlingz from there on out if they're able to pull it off. But we can't have them try to match Verdant's standard. It hasn't been working out, and at this point, you're too far behind to try to match them that way.
Yeah, as we see, multiple members of Verdant going towards the top side. Eero on the bot lane has the teleport should he need to join the team. We did just see Crow go for a small invade into Verdant's top side and just trying to establish a little bit of vision, because the Baron is a very realistic possibility, right? The DPS from a Cass, the DPS from a 2-item Xayah can burn that objective down very fast.
Yep, Xayah very, very classic in this regard, and the other thing that you want if you have Baron threat is the ability to turn. And Jarvan, Cassio, Rakan gives you that in spades. Gnar as well. This is a very strong team to contest Baron in.
Oh no, Urban, you thought you were safe in your own jungle. Well, you are not. And, well, with the enemy jungler dead, Verdant might look towards that Baron.
Yeah, this was a scenario where if you're looking for an advantage, it's not going to be on the Baron contest. They have too many good tools to just immediately catch you and blow you up. They pretty much had to do something around the Aurora on bot side. They haven't done that. Hopefully they know that the Cassio's burn TP. If they sight the Cassio now, they can easily make that claim. If they know that the Cassio's TP, then there are options on the map in the next setup.
A Rusty Sniper trying to trade away for a mid lane tower, and he is going to be successful, but I would take the Baron any day of the week. And the great thing about this, Verdant, is it's going to overlap with the next spawn of Drake, so they can guarantee that soul point for themselves, provided that they don't do something silly 30 seconds before it spawns.
Provided that they do not. And the biggest issue right now is that they are working with no teleports at this point, so they can't play a wide map setup that Jlingz wouldn't be able to abuse. Okay.
Blast coding back towards the two people that just tried to kill him. We did see a little bit of Rusty Sniper laying down the DPS, and honestly, we haven't been able to see too much of the AD carries yet because the game hasn't been about the bot side of the map. Reaching 2-3 items for them very, very soon, but it does feel like the mid lane has been where this is decided.
Would this be the first loss, full stop, that Jlingz have suffered so far in the tournament?
No, you misheard me earlier. I actually said that Verdant was unbeaten and Jlingz had lost, but I decided to just roll with it. I didn't want to interrupt with
Fair enough.
I was just trying to be polite, man. I was just trying to be polite. Verdant being a little bit rude to Jlingz, knocking down their structure. Samson looking to trade for one in the top side and try and grab any gold that he can, but this is what Verdant do. This is why we praise them so much, because they get a slight advantage and they know how to push it further. But Jlingz don't want to take that line down, go for a flash engage, but Hero turns it right back, petrifying the guys trying to kill his buddies and turning them into corpses. Crow running for the hills, but falls down. And with Urban and Sansom the only ones left, Verdant could get an inhib, could get even more.
The WR evolve is out from Kha'Zix, and it looks like for a bit they were going to play poke, but the moment that they decided to close the range...
I don't know what he's doing there. FGG is going to go and follow him. For some reason, buddy, I'm pretty sure that Verdant are just going to take your Nexus towers here. Samson could do nothing to defend this. The respawns are taking way too long to come through. Wave is going to be falling down, and Verdant think better than over-aggressing. Urban looking for an angle on the side. Samson popping the Dominus. Going to be able to get the stun down onto Nilla. Teleport coming through. The Kha'Zix going to be warded away by the support and the jungle. Here comes the... Oh! 2-4! And Rusty Sniper looks to take full advantage. Crow's going to get that kill. Nilla's going to fall down in the mid lane, and Jlingz will not go quietly into that sweet night.
I was going to say, that's actually classic Kha'Zix gameplay and classic Kha'Zix position. You want to be on those flanks. You want to be able to petter them with your Evolve W, weave in and out with your R, right? You have all that mobility, and that's where you use it the best. You try to split them off until you get an isolation and you go in. Urban, though, he did everything until the final step there. He didn't make it a goal to split one of them off, isolate them, and finally get that kill. Instead, when Orianna came in, zero hesitation on the ball delivery system, finds a massive ultimate for Bendix, and then the cleanup is already delivered with the initial salvo, and Kha'Zix able to get some kills there, able to turn that into a massive win that Jlingz definitely needed.
Oh, we need to calm down a little bit. Look at the top of your screen. It's still a gold lead for Verdant. Look at the minimap. It's still a tower lead for Verdant. But Jlingz showing tooth, showing nail, showing a fighting spirit that Verdant maybe didn't expect. That shockwave only onto one, but it's still going to result in a kill.
Confidence right there, right? Flicker a little bit isolated, moves back, burns everything. Jarvan doing what he can, but not staying parallel with Flicker, ends up isolated, ends up burning enough, ends up being taken down, right? They are getting them one after the other after the other. This is not a composition you can split up against. If you end up being the straggler, you're the man being fed to the bear while everyone else gets out. But that bear is getting more powerful all the time. You point to the gold difference. Yes, it's definitely in Verdant's favour, but that's 2 scenarios Jlingz have won, and that goal difference is getting better for Jlingz than it was before the previous fight. They must be getting more confident.
And it shows in the way that they're playing, sallying out, sieging the Verdant Fortress, and poking a couple of holes in the walls. We've got 1 minute and 15 seconds until this Baron spawns up, and Jlingz, because it's the mid lane inhib that falls down, they should still be able to pressure up towards this. You've got to be stood in mid lane anyway, regardless of whether there are super minions there or not.
A constant thread in these team fights has been the impact Errol has had. Rusty Sniper Bendix, they just walked into an Errol Medusa
he's ghosted, he's ghosted, he's jumping on top of Flicker, caught him with the shockwave, and Rusty Sniper with the follow-up to pick on the AD carry a minute before Baron. This might be the angle that Jlingz were looking for.
In lanes, they're able to make their composition work. In these neutral objectives, they aren't, but now they have a numbers advantage in a big way. The AD carry is down, the massive DPS. Can they snowball this?
I mean, if Stilla gets caught out, then absolutely flags and drags over the wall, but it's Jlingz that have control, at least for the time being, around the Baron pit.
Yep, they do. They are going to be a bit more pressure in that midsection than normal, but it is... Whoa, what happened here?
Samson has got a lot of rage, but Nilla's going to jump on top of him, pops the stack, throws a boulder at the Renekton's head. It's going to take him down. That's the one thing that Jlingz didn't want to happen.
A lot of rage before, but my rage will be peaking right after that death, I'll tell you that much.
It's a silly one, especially when Jlingz have done so well to put themselves back in this position, and Verdant, seeing the enemy top laner fall down, go, okay, we can move towards the Baron. Yes, Urban is still there. Yes, the steal potential is on, but Verdant, they seem happy to opt into the 50-50.
Yeah. Urban getting to a position again where he's just trying to split his opponents off, maybe get an isolation, poke them with W, use that R, play a little bit of Metal
Look
Gear
bot lane,
here,
look
right?
bot lane, look bot lane. Nilla is just wailing onto the inhib tower, and Jlingz are going to have to respond this, otherwise they're going to lose their second inhibitor of the game. Verdant are pulling apart Jlingz, forcing them to make difficult decisions on the map.
He's going to end the game. He has Trinity Force, he could easily end.
Yeah, and with the Baron buff, he's going to be even more empowered to do that. Samson has respawned and should be able to stymie the push a little bit as Verdant back away. Jlingz are looking for an engage on the top side. Erol is potentially a little bit caught out. Hold on, they're TPing into this fight, and Erol just flashes away. Crow isn't able to find the engage. Stiller, I've got no idea what the hell you are doing. There's no damage to back you up as Samson is dropping it onto your backline. Flicker takes out the Crocodile for the 6th time this game, and Jlingz are on the run in the top side. Nilla building up that rage, about to go mega, and Jlingz are cursing the day they fought.
Oh my God!
The shockwave turns it all aground. The Kha'Zix Orianna ball delivery combo doing exactly what it needs to.
Yep, the R evolve, W evolve makes perfect sense now. The R evolve made the Orianna ball invisible. They had no idea what was hitting them until it hit, and Verdant, very easily, the longer this fight goes, they lose. The poke coming out from the Kaiser, the poke coming out from the Kha'Zix, they're making it whoop. I respect it. I respect it.
I respect it, but with the way that this game is, that is a big summoner spell to be burning for nothing. Jlingz are still chasing on this bot side, relentlessly pursuing FGG and Erol. Urban going to jump through, try and slow him down with a W poke. Another Void Seeker from Rusty Sniper. Erol trying to turn it around, but this just has been going on the entire damn time. Crow is here to turn up and take them out.
Oh my God, it's so painful.
Erol and FGG. There's no way that you can escape from this. Surely no. Jlingz just decided they don't want that smoke and back away.
Yeah, they don't know where the Narjavan is. They're not confident enough on those timings. They're not confident enough that they're not just going to see them in their face if they keep going with this chase. Oh, definitely feels like an opportunity that they just barely missed not committing on with Crow. And this Drake that should have been soul point for Jlingz, it's suddenly not going to go their way.
Oh, my word. Game 1, veteran. A kill a minute. The goals, the fights, the advantage is swinging all over the place. Theoretically, Verdant are in control. Theoretically, Verdant should win this game, but at this point, if a team fight goes against you, there's so much on the map that Jlingz can take with those extended death timers.
Well, every Nolan fan knows Theory will only get you so far, and the big critical issue is that if you isolate yourself, you are, better team or not, about as good as dead against a team of multiple assassination targets and a lot of burst.
You're trying to wall into Samson, but he can buy so much time. He's eventually going to get taken down. Then, though, without a wave in this top side, without a wave really anywhere, we're going to have a difficult time pushing into the base of Jlingz.
Yeah, big thing though, the inhibitor that's down now is not the mid inhibitor, it's the bottom one. That's going to sufficiently split apart Jlingz the longer this goes for. They need to find the advantage before they're forced to pull away to defend that bot side.
It looks like they are going to have a moment of respite here as Verdant will back away.
I'm going to sip tea on that.
I'm going to be real with you. I didn't realize we'd be getting so much excitement so early. E-roll invading onto Urban. I'm not sure if he would this, but he tries to take the Hexcape, but he's not going to be able to. Urban chasing him down with the Chase the Fears, and the Cassiopeia can't hit you with the Twin Fangs if you're invisible. E-roll, he's played so well this game, but he has overstepped and he's being caught out. That is big for Jlingz.
Yep, again, be as good as a team as you want, but if you are isolated, you are as good as any other player, right? And that is the big thing that the composition from Jlingz is able to take out at these points, right? We've talked about how an elongated laning phase might really be beneficial to them if they're able to get sieges and stuff. At this point, your comeback strategy is the same as any other comeback strategy. Make a pick on your superior opponents and try to snowball that as much as you can. And that is a pick composition that Jlingz have at the end of the day.
The tools that they've got to do it are really pretty disgusting. I'm expecting a little bit of calm for the moment. Minute and a half until the Baron, 2.5 minutes until Verdant can move towards a Hextech Soul. There's still stuff that they can play for. But Jlingz keep throwing punches at them, and if you keep getting hit, eventually you're going to lose.
Eventually, but if Verdant, just remember, they have a full advantage. They have the ability to group here because of that bot inhibitor state. They have the ability to get on these objectives first like they were doing at early game. They know how to play this game of League of Legends. They just have to calm down, take a few deep breaths, and play it out like they were playing out the early phase. And if they do that, this composition from Jlingz is not as powerful. Obviously, be spread apart a little, pretend that you're against the Malphite at all times, and then the invisible Orianna ultimate on the insect won't one-shot you. But ultimately, get the kind of setups you were doing before, and you'll still win out this game. We know Verdant can do this. We've seen them do this in this game. Just do it one more time, and you're looking at a game win.
The base of Jlingz is not too impressive. 1-1 fight is basically game over for them at this point. Verdant, though, a little bit shell-shocked, it's almost looking like. Not expecting the fight that Jlingz are putting up so far, but credit to the Div 3 champions, really showing that that win in Div 3, that flawless split that they went on, is just as impressive as it sounds. Mid lane priority now being fought over. Verdant look to have it for the time being, but Jlingz are constantly walking forward, constantly looking to move in.
Yeah, compositionally, this favours Jlingz, so long as none of them make any big errors and drop HP trying to get in a range that they don't have to here. Rely on that AP Kai'Sa, rely on that W evolve on the Kha'Zix, rely on that damage. Little by little, you will end up winning this out.
A little bit on his own on the side here. They should be able to get out.
Rakan gameplay, mate, right? You need to stop flaming the Rakan and Kha'Zix for doing what their nature intends. Like, God put them on this earth for very singular purposes, and they're doing it, mate, alright? Like, I respect it. When you see FGG do that, and then get blown up by 5 people, you don't say, what a mistake. You say, I respect it. That's the only thing to say, alright?
It's just Rakan gameplay. It's just what the champion does. We're starting to get to the point where Verdant can legitimately trade a Hextech Soul for this Baron, and getting a low ball combat power against Jlingz, I think, is probably worth.
My big question mark is, why am I just not, like, okay, if I was Verdant, not to tell them what to do here, but if I was Verdant, I'd be spamming stopwatches right now, but the only one I see is on Errol.
Yeah.
Oh, now I see one on Xayah. But they've got the Baron. They got a pick!
On the side in the middle of the fight. Well done! You're doing exactly what you need to there, brother. trades his life kind of unnecessarily, but it is a Hextech Soul now for Verdant. In those fights that have been so hotly contested, this is a big advantage.
This is absolutely huge. Getting the pick on FGG is massive. That's a huge part of their engage. And look at Errol's mana. He had to go recall for it. So you have a pretty big advantage on the map right now. The obvious issue is you're going into that Soul. That Soul makes Verdant very powerful in the 5-man setup. But they're not at that right now. Reset. Try to split them around the map. There's no inhibitor now to be threatened with. If you're able to split Verdant, you can definitely still win these fights. But that Soul is not something to be looked at lightly. That Soul could absolutely end up being a game winner, because the flip side of taking Baron and trading Baron for something like an Elder, like a Soul, anything like this, is that if you've given them all the teamfight power, you've also now put yourself in a position where at some point you're going to have to teamfight them.
And I think Verdant will recognise that fact, barreling up the mid lane, then backing away for a little bit. They've not had as much killer instinct as maybe you'd necessarily like from a composition that has so many ways of getting on top of the enemy backline. You've got the Jarvan, you've got the Rakan, you've got Nillet on the Gnar too, but Jlingz have been putting up a very good show.
Dude, you're belting these puns out, by the way. I just have to say, I am.
Wait, did I make a pun there?
I do appreciate it, Middlecock, you know.
Did I make a pun there?
I think. Killer
Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. I got 4 hours of sleep last night. I don't know what's going on right now.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I just want to say I appreciate it. All right.
Well, thank you very much. My subconscious mind apparently has a little bit more of an inkling about what's going on than my conscious one. Urban.
Nilla, bit far forward, aren't we, mate?
Pops into the Mega Gnar, but here comes the engage from Verdant. Goodbye, Rusty Sniper. Nice turnaround coming through from Crow, but he doesn't have damage to back it up. That's 2 kills, easy as you like. And Jlingz just try to cut the wave so that Verdant can't get a fully effective push.
Yep. Samson already back in the base. Bendix pretty much guaranteed dead. It's all on Urban now to try to distract for as long as possible. No way that's a kill on Nilla. No way!
Wait, he's not got the GA.
Oh!
He does? Okay.
Oh my god!
Bendix,
that's enough.
A little bit of time in the enemy base. Not
25 seconds until Rusty Sniper's up.
But this is huge death time, is exactly what we're talking about, Verdant. You lose a fight now, your opponent gets massive amounts.
No, they're up in 15 seconds. They're going to be up to defend this, for sure. Bendix is the only one that's not going to be able to be up. They can defend this with 4 people, for sure. This is actually the Urban and Bendix did their job. They did their job. They're going to defend this.
The game is still going on, veteran. The game is still going on, and yeah, you're right. Verdant can't push into the enemy base despite getting that Hextech Soul.
Oh my god, they're making a pick!
In the game, and they're 4v3 right now. Still is going to get taken down, but Flicker is looking to 1v1 Rusty Sniper on the other side. FGG providing some charms, providing some CC, and killing Crow. And yeah, the Death Timers, they could have defended 4v4, but they weren't able to in the end.
No Baron now either. Bendix is coming up.
Pushing through. Bendix nearly on the rift. Samson going in to buy some time. He's going to be popping into that GA, but surely this is it. Surely Jlingz can't defend their base in this situation. Bendix going to get knocked in the air, hits no one with the shockwave, and gets put in the dirt. Damn, guys! What a game one!
Man, there's a lot for Jlingz to be confident on that they displayed that game, but ultimately, it could very easily be a case where they think, wow, we did all this, and it still wasn't enough. The big thing here is Verdant still looked very solid. Were there chinks in the armor? Absolutely there were chinks in the armor, but they were still able to win anyway. They were still able to bring it back, and they're coming out of this thinking, okay, we still win these. And Jlingz are coming back thinking, my god, we threw everything we had at it, and we still weren't able to do it. But my god, they threw everything that they had at it. They were so close. There were so many times there where I thought, okay, they've actually won the game off this. That Baron, if it wasn't for the Soul, I would have thought, okay, you can win off this, right?
But we had like half a dozen game-ending fights, or game-ending picks there. But that play from Bendix, flashing into the base to buy time, I think that just epitomizes like what Jlingz were in this game, right? They were constantly going against Verdant. They were playing dirty. They were getting scrappy. They were keeping that Nexus alive by any means possible.
But keep up that tempo for the next game as well. Come out
please don't. My voice can't take it, bro.
Keep going, all right? and just do those things at the initial neutral objectives, like you're doing late game here, but in early mid game on the next game, and then there's a chance Jlingz can take this. I hope they don't take a huge hit to their confidence of losing this.
No.
I hope they come out of this smiling, because they know they made this undefeated Verdant lineup bleed. They just have to finish the job.
4 more games of this, veteran?
4 more I mean, this is why we have the Aurora Cup competing with Worlds, you know?
Superior tournament right here in the
100%.
NLC. We are going to be
This is the
jumping
finale of the whole
a short
season.
break. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss game 2. Oh my word. Welcome back, everybody, to the semi-final of the Aurora Cup. Nice cup of tea that you've got there, Veteran. Looks very, very lovely.
I have a nice teapot for the rest of the series as well. You know, it's going to be a
Excellent.
long one.
Excellent.
I want to keep my energy levels up, you know?
I think it is going to be a long one. You're going to be getting like 3, 4, 5 cups out of that thing because if Game 1 is any indication, this is a series that is going to go the distance. Verdant win, the expected team, the Div 1 team coming in, beating up the Div 3 team. That's emphatically not what this game was. Jlingz, every step of the way, were matching Verdant, were causing them a real nuisance, and this game was anything but decided until that Nexus fell.
Yeah, it almost was though, right? It looked like a typical Verdant story for a bit. One fight went Jlingz' way when they were able to take a fight away from Errol in the early phase, but right up until that first Baron extinguished, it looked like a clean Verdant win. They grabbed that mid inhibitor, and then it all went south. Urban getting the insane multi-man Orianna ult with the Kha'Zix Orianna combo, which isn't going to be open for the rest of the series. They've blown their load on that combination already. From there on out, it was the Jlingz show, right? They kept getting pick after pick after pick. That game, which we thought was going to end in like a 23-minute banger, right? Almost did. Extended so long. I don't even remember how long it extended for, but so many fights,
just
so
under
many
40
picks.
minutes, I think.
My God, man. I mean, Jlingz, that was mental fortitude right there from an amateur Div 3 team who no one expected to be able to get this far with the kind of record that they've done it with. It looks like they're doing it again, but Verdant, they're still, right, the undefeated team, right? that's the one, right? Middle cut, right? We got it right this time, yeah?
I think we've got that just about here as we are popping into Champion Select for Game 2. Jlingz unchanged in their bans from Game 1. You don't want to give Rumble to Nile or Jax, and Snile's pretty good on the Nocturne too. And actually, this time, it's Verdant who are going to be first picking the Orianna.
With the Jarvan ban, right? Very, very big difference between their Orianna pickup and Jlingz Orianna pickup last time. They understand how the dynamic of that would change the matchup, so they decide they don't want none of that whatsoever. Interested in how they choose to match this and what they choose to do in jungle this time around. No change in bans from Jlingz. Right, Nile, we're not going to let you get your point-and-click Jax, because we know the Q is never going on cooldown on that champion, right? So, yeah, we're not allowing it. Syndra, very classic mid-lane matchup here. Long range and a lot of options now available for Jlingz. Syndra doesn't immediately set the theme of your composition, so the rest of it is still all to play for. They can still be quite reactive. They don't want to give over Rakan again. They see a lot of power in that pick, so Verdant, they have the opportunity to go well early and try to play really hard lanes like they normally do.
And again, the Rakan, I think, is another pick that doesn't enforce a theme on the sort of draft that you need to go for. Very, very flexible in terms of offering engage and disengage. And yeah, Crow played the Rel last game, FGG played the Rakan, and it looks like we're swapping picks.
Yep. I mean, in fairness, FGG did have a lot of impact on that Rakan. He was able to split apart Jlingz's composition at points where they may be able to get a pretty big advantage. Just Rakan doing Rakan things. And Jlingz's early game, right, was not what was carrying them. They did try things at the level 1. They weren't able to keep any advantage that way. So they're saying, we want to be more useful later on. Maybe we can beat Verdant later. Because yes, they win around neutrals. They're still dominant around neutrals. Pretty much just one fight Jlingz were able to win around neutrals. Otherwise, no, this isn't getting locked in. Otherwise,
well, I mean, could this be a Rakan top veteran?
Hang on. Right.
The
Veigar locking could have made sense though. With what they could be facing bot lane on level 1 and the fact they're very likely to go into an Orianna bull delivery composition. So the Veigar bot lane, that could have made sense. You'd need something very heavy in jungle for that though. AD wise, we're thinking about things like Kindred now, right? But ultimately not to be. Instead of a standard composition, this is a composition that's saying we want to make a comeback when Verdant are looking to siege our base, siege our tier 2s, our tier 3s.
It's also a comp that gives a lot of agency to Bendix and Urban, right? It wasn't just one of them setting up all those plays, right? You could. Are you all right? Yeah, that is a Yi ban. Bit of a weird one. Not quite sure what's going on there.
Sejuani top with Yi in jungle is what I'm thinking about right now. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Sedge top. I don't think Yi solo lane is a thing. I must confess to being not quite caught up on current Yi meta play.
Mana costs way too high, bro. Doesn't work.
Shout outs to Scenarius' stream, former rank 1 player in the EU West and the Yi OTP. They're definitely convinced that Sejuani is going towards Samson on the top side, though. That's for sure. In which case, you're looking at a big carry pick. And if we're thinking Jlingz want to opt more in towards scaling, that would actually make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think we had one kooky, crazy jungle pick already coming out from Jlingz, and something like the Fiddle 6 would definitely fit that build, and again, give this agency, give this playmaking potential to Bendix alongside Urban. The Vi, I think, a bit more standard, but very similar in regards of what it's going to offer, right? That mid-jungle 2v2 is so hard to fight against.
Yeah, it doesn't have the classic Ari, but the point-and-click CC of the Vi, very good, and the Syndra able to set up Vi's full combo very, very well. So, good picks here. It looks like, I mean, honestly, if we ended up getting told by production they've made a mistake and Verdant are Jlingz and Jlingz are Verdant, I would not be surprised, except for the top lane bans, right? Clearly targeted at Nilla. That's the only thing keeping me in sanity right now. But that is a ball delivery composition. They're like, all right, Jlingz, you had an attempt at this. We're going to show you how it's really done. And they're almost, okay, I would have loved the Jace lock-in because they would have had the double poke plus all-in potential. But instead they go with Aatrox. Very, very obvious theme there. If you can go for disengage now as Jlingz, you go for it. As is pretty much all you have is that Syndra. Let's see what they end up doing for their last pick. There are ways to play into this composition. My immediate thought process, though, is honestly Draven. Draven disengaged an individual is pretty... Okay. Little bit different.
Little bit different. I mean, right. Rusty Sniper does play the Sivir a little bit more aggro than most players, right? He does like to be in that 1v1 on the side and use the ult to chase down his opponent, but again, this is a composition from Jlingz, which is emphatically not about their AD carry now. You leave him on the island, you play with your mid-jungle support as that 3v3, and you hope that Rusty Sniper turns up to those teamfights and is able to provide a load of damage.
I mean, they suddenly have a ridiculously high damage composition. Previously, that was going to be the worry. That was going to be the counter-argument to going anything like a Draven, anything like a Kalista into that composition, as well as the fact that just being low mobility into the well in general doesn't sound nice. So I figure they might tend towards the Kalista. With the Sivir, though, suddenly you're in a position where in any kind of protracted siege situation, Civ is just going to perma-wave clear whether you have Baron or not, and she's going to get a lot of DPS out in those scenarios, just passively, throwing the boomerangs through that wave, bouncing everything off. That's going to hit your team if you're not careful. Even if you're very careful, that just means you're pretty much non-functional in this position. It's a very difficult composition to play into at those later stages. I think Jlingz are just accepting that they're going to be losing ground, and if they're going to win this series, it's going to be in these 40-minute slugfests, and they currently have, I mean, it's a Sivir comp. You press R and you win.
It's scorched earth. It's a tactic as old as time, right? You keep giving your opponents advantages, right? And they keep pushing forward and they keep overextending to a point where all of a sudden their supply lines are completely in a mess and you can pulverize them. If Verdant are setting up at one of these inhib towers, that's just free engage for Jlingz. That's free ability to go out and meet them, and the Kai'Sa, she's not going to be dealing damage to that tower. The Orianna, she's not going to be able to step up and face that, and so Verdant, you're looking to get these fights before you have to siege, before you have to take the objectives. Otherwise, Jlingz just beat you to the punch.
Yeah, under tower, that Civ is not going to give you a wave. You have to be diving instantly or you don't get the chance at all. So catching them before it gets to that point, that's what they want to do, but the composition screams to me that they are aware of that. They don't want nothing to do with that. They're going to give them these objectives. We were close anyway. We had the soul, right? Or they had the soul. They had the balance. We were still putting up a fight. We were still able to be winning these. Now we have a composition that should be winning these at this point, whether they play well or not. So I do like it. Are we going straight into game, or are we seeing another situation?
Oh, it might take some time. You know, I don't know. Oh! Let's go!
You just wrong,
Veteran, you say the words and Summoner's Rift appears. We are heading on there for the second time today. Jlingz looking to even up the series. Verdant looking for
W
match
start.
point, and it's
W
another
start from
level
Lacan.
1 that Jlingz
W.
looks to get something.
Oh no, he messed it up!
Sniller doesn't get caught out by the grand entrance. Ghost has now been popped from Rusty Sniper, desperately trying to get a kill on the enemy jungler. Throws out the auto. First blood for the Sivir.
Yep, and that is going to be an additional longsword with that first blood coming in for the Sivir. Going to be very easy for her to play now, right? You just want to make sure that the Kai'Sa doesn't get all-in opportunities. That requires you to just be able to control the wave well. If you're able to get any additional wave play early, that's going to be massive. Rusty Sniper starting level 1, coming in with the minion wave here. That's massive. I thought it was messed up when Crow doesn't quite get onto Sniller. Alright, doesn't... Mouse needs to go a little bit further there, but, you know, okay. But here, I thought, okay, they've burned the flash. Actually looking good. And then the Q just about gets it with the final auto as well, securing it for the Sivir. For it might go to Crow. Brilliant. Last game, if you'll recall, level 1 for Jlingz went well as well, but it was the support that got the initial gold boost this time around. Massive difference. Getting it on that Sivir is big.
And this is the way that Rusty Sniper plays. Even when he's on these slightly more scaling picks, he's willing to step up, he's willing to go aggressive, and he's benefited massively from it. Verdant, though, getting a little bit aggressive themselves in the bottom lane, taking the enemy AD carry down to 50% HP.
Yeah, I mean, we should see a decent amount of passive damage happening from the Sivir, but crucially, what you're thinking about with Sivir here is not necessarily, oh my god, we're gonna stomp lane early. It's, oh my god, we're pretty much undiveable.
Crow flashes away, igniting his back.
They're not level 2 yet. Now they're 2. If they did do that on the 2, that was absolutely a death from Crow, and I thought Crow had mispositioned with it. But as is, it's just more stuff burned from Verdant, and Sivir has a better capability of denying that initial dive than a lot of other champions do. Q throughout the wave as it's coming in will get the whole thing, and your W is trying to take care of the rest. That's why the longsword's such a big deal. Pretty they'll only have the cannon coming in. Without that longsword, this could have maybe turned into a dive from Sniller. Instead, it's going to be a jungle issue.
You're all going to get caught there. Pops the phase rush.
No?
Should be able to just walk it out of there with the movement.
Man.
Dropping pretty damn low, but doesn't even burn the flash off that gank, so ends up being a little bit wasted time.
Man.
Urban gets punished for it. Flicker takes him out.
I swear you know that the dive is likely on bot side, and you know that the response is going to be to make it a jungle issue, move in and invade that. But instead of trading for top side here, you instead see her re-enter bot side after failing the mid play. Errol didn't even burn flash, very patient from him. Can this
Crow
work?
level 3, but 3 members of Verdant pumping DPS
Flicker?
into his body. Going to be able to take him down. Bendix knocked
Vi
into
coming
the air
in.
there by Sniller, stealing away the recovery.
Vi in!
Looking for one more engage, but he gets stunned. Charging
Hey!
into the ball breaker. Flicker going to get taken out by Russell on the backside, but then Sivir dies as well.
Urban! He's going to get both!
Crazy. It's a little bit mad early on in this game, and I think that Jlingz are benefiting from it. 3 kills to 4. Yeah, that looks pretty good for them.
That kind of grouping, absolutely perfect scenario from the Vi, and the Vi losing camps on bot side, getting that death, but the fight extended so long she was able to rejoin on full HP with a longsword. The cash hadn't been spent into stats by Sniller yet, and she's able to pick up those kills. Rusty also on the board again, getting another kill over that Kai'Sa who thought she had just evened it up. Brilliant situation for Jlingz in the early game compared to how it was previously.
Yeah, and it's kills, it's gold focusing onto the AD carries, right? Rusty Sniper has been a massive beneficiary of these early stages, but Flicker's got a kill for himself, picked up a couple of assists as well, potentially setting up for a little bit more focus around these bot laners than we've seen so far in this series. But hold on, top side, we're seeing jungle 1v1, we're seeing top lane 1v1, and both of them going better for Verdant.
Yep, no flash on Samson. We haven't actually talked about this bit yet, so very likely that they'll try to be making plays early as well. Does have the combat summoner though. In a straight 2v2, you'd hope he'd be able to win, but Urban's still behind on XP.
Still level 3, and Stellar is fine to fight against him. Samson going to get falling low as well. It's, again, 2 1v1s in the top side, both of them working out for Verdant.
Yeah, when it comes to these individual decision-making things, Jlingz, they're very good at doing things that you don't necessarily expect, but when you do expect them, Verdant are showing the individual skill on their lineup is still very, very strong. Look at bot lane though, right? You might think maybe the Kai'Sa could try to set something up now. No, that period has long passed. Sivir very easily able to just reset that lane over and over again and deny the all-in snowballing that the Kai'Sa would want to get. That's going to be an idea about how the rest of the game is going to go with regards to that Sivir. That's what she wants to do, deny you your all-in. And that's exactly what the enemy composition wants to do. They just want to be all-in over and over again. And Sivir just says no.
But if you look to the top side of the map, I think Verdant are going to be much happier with how things are going.
Yes.
Nile sat on double the CS of Samson in the top lane, getting that solo kill. And Sniller on the Viego, a bridge jungler who benefits from getting a little bit of this early gold, getting a solo kill onto his opposite number, sets up the top side of the map really, really well for Verdant.
Yeah, no, 100%. And a big thing here when it comes to that Vi Sejuani 2v2, you're taking that Ignite, you're taking this kind of setup, you are expecting that maybe in the group scenario there, you could potentially win, but we're instead going to look at this bit. I thought they may have overextended here, and I think, honestly, if Verdant take this kill and go away, there's no real way that Rusty Sniper can guarantee this kill on towards Flicker. I think you've already done a lot of good disruption here, but with Errol coming in, they're feeling it. The Vi comes in at full HP, though, and everyone else cannot move in. And then on this last bit of CC from Bendix, the setup is complete. That's why you love Ari with Vi, Syndra with Vi, Morgana with Vi, any of these kinds of long-range CCs. They just set up the full combo from Vi later, and now we're back in the game.
Yeah, and it's been a very different style of early game from game one, but fundamentally, it's still been back and forth, and we're still fighting both teams relatively even coming out of it. The key difference, though, is that we've got clear points of power on the map. Top side for Verdant, bot side for Jlingz.
For sure. It's going to be a bit difficult for us to turn this into a full advantage, given Snille is right there. Decimating Crow's HP bar there, putting him down to about 320 HP. And with that, the dive potential into Flicker has been lessened somewhat. You know that Viego is down there, and you know that any kind of elongated play there will just result in deaths and trades for you, so probably less likely to do that, thanks to Snille.
So, I guess then the question becomes, what do Jlingz do? Because we've got this lead on an AD carry who probably isn't going to be able to use it too much in the next 10 minutes. But Verdant are continuing to play. Snille once again visiting the bot side, going to get knocked up before he finds any sort of CC, and Rusty Sniper and Crow can walk out.
Yep, and Rusty Sniper, the last Q there wasn't some 4 damage on towards Snille, it was to reset the wave again, right? He threw it onto the wave there, made sure he can walk away, because it's unviable that Flick can put him in a situation where he gets all in. Crow, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Crow puts himself in it anyway, he finds a way. But Sivir is not dead, is able to clear out the next wave. That Drake goes over, the survivability is there. I mean, you ask what the general plan here, and it literally is survive, right? They are the final level of Halo reach. Until they get to the end, Halo begins, and they're just trying to blow up the ring.
Do you know what? I've never played Halo.
You've never done any... I can't reference anything with you, Middlecott. Like, I can't... It's... How have you not played... Do you have Steam?
Yeah, I've got Steam.
I will gift you the Master Chief Collection. So add me after this. I need something I can reference with you. You know that Nolan reference I made last game chat? He hasn't seen Oppenheimer or any Nolan movies, man.
I haven't seen them. What? Because there was the whole Barbenheimer thing. I was just it just felt a bit like... just felt a bit forced, you know?
Anything with you.
Well, hold on, production hasn't seen Oppenheimer either, so actually you're the weird one.
Am I casting with production? Dude, production can't even make tea properly, alright? Let's not compare ourselves to production right now.
Crow and Urban having a little bit of a look towards the top side, but honestly, Nilla looks far enough ahead of Samson, and Samson is low enough HP that if you try and gank that, it can very well get turned around on you. A little bit of calm for the time being. Priority does appear to be significantly more in Verdant's favour around this top, so that is going to free up Nilla to start up the Herald.
Yeah, I mean, TP is coming up soon, but you would have rather been able to survive for at least an additional wave there. Surviving for an additional wave there is just going to be death. So Samson does have to back off now. Oh, no, it has been interrupted. He is staying there. You can see the pings coming out. He knows the imminent danger. They know that mid jungle are leaning towards top side. They don't know what it is they're doing, but they know there's a very big chance Samson gets taken out here. Getting the bone plating from Nilla is good. That does give you a little bit more of a threat. But look at this, the mana, the HP. Can you really do anything here? They think
well,
they
we
can.
shall find out. Nilla popping into the World Ender. Doesn't get the Infernal Chains pullback onto
Bendix's
Urban.
position though is good.
Backing up, and the World Ender has timed out that bonus healing. That bonus damage is not going to be present. Still though, going into the harrowed path, just scaring away Jlingz for the time being. Bendix's going to get played onto. Charge up on the Q there. Urban going to go forward.
Oh no!
The damage onto Snilla and taking him down. The unleashed power from Bendix, removing the enemy jungler from the play, and it took a while, but Jlingz find what they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to praise Nilla there for the patient pathing that he managed to take to get out of that situation, but Snilla stayed a little bit too long there, trying to play a bit too much defense for his buddy, and ultimately gives Jlingz more than what they wanted. They wanted to get survivability for Samson there. They've ended up with a kill.
And Bendix picking that one up, adding a kill to the 4 assists that he's got, and building a pretty reasonable lead over E-Roll in terms of the damage department. Obviously, laning against the Syndra, the Mercury Treads are something that you're almost mandated to buy, but it does mean that E-Roll's going to take a little while before he comes online.
But when he comes online, we've seen from the last game how big an Orianna ultimate can be and how much it can impact the game if they're able to place it right. They don't have the same kind of delivery systems beforehand, but there is similarities. Viego able to get into that camouflage state and drag the ball with him, somewhat invisible. These are the combinations people are doing with Orianna. Just saying, guys, you know, it's more viable than you might think, you know. If I was on the non-Orianna team here, alright, I would be worried about a Shaco. I'm just saying, right? Like, it is doable, alright?
Absolutely a possibility. I'd be really worried if I was Samson right now. This is kind of what we expected Nilla to do in Game 1. He's been a bit more freed up to exert his will against the Sejuani, and with Snilla making his way over, it looks like that ball could be turned into ham very, very shortly.
And this time around, no response from the rest of his team. Samson's just going to have to tank this as long as he can, delay as long as he can, try to get as much as possible. Try to at least force a reset from Nilla, because if he can do that, then Jlingz could maybe have a temporary man advantage in other parts of the map. Not to be though, right? His death does come in, Aatrox is just staying on towards the top side. It was inevitable. They got a lot more from that than they thought that they would earlier on, but this was just a matter of time with the setup that Verdant have. The big thing is going to be, can the game get to a point where Sivir is just doing disgusting levels of damage and Rusty Sniper breaks all records and we just stop using that stat because it was pointless ever since the second game of Verdant versus Jlingz in the Alternative World Championships.
I like that, the Alternative World Championships.
Yeah,
because, I mean, the final of the World Championships is likely to be like 2 Chinese teams, right? Why couldn't we have 2 NLC teams in our Alternative World Championships? Jlingz take their second Drake of the game, benefiting from a bit of that additional pressure that they have got towards the bot side of the map. In terms of gold lead, reasonable for Verdant, 1.5k as it stands, but of course, balanced out a little bit by those 2 dragons on the Jlingz side.
I don't want to well, actually, right? But I mean, if you think about it, like people have been complaining about the lack of international tournaments, and yet every single week, 2 days a week, NLC is doing an international tournaments where Danish orgs face off against UK orgs, face off against Swedish orgs, face off against. I mean, Finland is apparently a real country, right? All this kind of stuff. Like,
don't believe
it's an international tournament every week, every 2 days, and it's all led to this. This is the grand finale, right? Every division competing in one. The most competition you're going to see internationally outside of the World Championships is happening right now. It's more competitive than MSI. It's true.
I mean, absolutely, it is. Even with Jlingz not quite doing as well as they were in Game 1, they're still putting up a fight, and that Sivir hasn't been shut down.
Wait, at this point in Game 1, it had been Verdant had already won 2 team fights and wondering what Jlingz could do. This time around, Jlingz have actually been going blow for blow, and they have both Drakes. right? They don't have to make massive comebacks on that. They have both of the neutral objectives, and they've been winning these fights. A death onto Samson is the one time they didn't get anything. It was a miracle they got anything in the first place for it, and the Sivir is in a position where she can try to stall out the entire game, which is their whole game plan. I think Jlingz are in a much better position this game than they were in the first game, and I think those 3 Jlingz fans in chat have a lot to be excited about.
I think Verdant will certainly be hoping that they can accelerate this a little bit better. Oh, still A. Doesn't quite get hit by the Glacial Prison there. Still happy to go forward onto Urban, happy to go forward onto Crow, who can battle dance himself out of there. That's first tower of the game for Nilla, though, and this Aatrox is already kind of smashed in the 1v1. He's going to do even more at this point.
Praise onto Verdant. They've recognised early on we're not going to be able to do anything on Sivir, not because she's so powerful that we can't win a fight on her, but because we're never going to get a fight with her because she'll just clear the way when we approach the turret. The only places we can do something are going to be mid and top. I was going to say, have you tried
is going to be a victim of that aggression. FGG actually going to go 1 for 1. Jlingz responding well to the dive, and with Samson roaming over, that shutdown on Nilla is looking a little bit juicy. Jlingz going to be hitting on 2 pulls. Bendix back in, unleashes his power, but it is not enough for Nilla. 3 kills now on the Aatrox, trying to win Jlingz World before Urban gets one back. Double knockout with a Darkin Blade, flashes forward onto the Vi to try and take her out, chasing under the tower and taking her down. This Aatrox is getting mighty, mighty scary, and E-Roll just about able to escape.
Yep, that's the big one. You need to be able to dive later on, and now that Aatrox is getting so beefy, so tanky, with the Orianna Bull delivery system later on, that you're going to think they're going to be able to do it. You can now sacrifice FGG, and it's going to end up being worth it.
Rusty Sniper, very far up on Verdant's side of the map, but pops the ult, uses the spell shot, and able to get away.
I was wondering if this may be worth a flick of the Presslar on, but I don't think so. I don't think FGG can follow up no ultimate on him. You know, just before that play happened, I was going to end my sentence with, but have you ever tried diving a Syndra? And then they actually went and did it. And it didn't go so well at first, but it ended up working out perfectly because the Aatrox got everything that he wanted. So this is it. Nilla must carry. We've been in this situation before. Normally Nilla does this by pressing Q on you on side lanes on Jack's Field or something like this. This time around, in a group scenario, he can have a lot of agency on this Aatrox. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, well, he's already got that Starax gauge completed second to complement the Gore Drinker that he's got. And when you're against a Syndra, her modus operandi is burst. It's about killing you in run rotation. And, oh, what have you got there? What blend is that?
Howard's Nightbridge blend.
Nightbridge blend?
Yes, very good.
What are the tasting notes on that?
What are the tasting notes on that, actually? Did they even have them on this?
Does it just say tea in, like, big letters?
It doesn't have tasting notes. I've never actually checked to see if they have tasting notes on this.
Hold on. Oh, you were making a big deal of being a tea aficionado in the green room, and now you're telling me that you don't even do your research on the blends that you buy?
Well, normally I just smell them.
Ah, okay. Your palate is refined and developed enough that you can get everything that you need from that.
I know if I smell a tea, if I like the tea. That's all you have to do. To be clear with everyone, all right? Don't think it takes much more effort. If you smell the whiskey and like the whiskey, you'll like the taste. It's not that difficult. You don't have to read and research. Just smell, and if you like it, grab it. All right?
Well, I'm smelling what Verdant's cooking right now.
100%.
And it's pretty damn delicious. That mid lane tower is still standing for Jlingz, and I think that's going to provide them with a fair bit of safety, but as soon as that drops, it becomes really difficult to ingress into your own topside jungle, and if an Aatrox is hiding in one of those bushes, it's bad news bears.
Yeah, I mean, last game it was Errol on the Cassiopeia being 6-2-1 coming in towards the late game, but you have ways to play around the Cassiopeia there, right? You had the Kha'Zix trying to go for the flanks, trying to split them up. Multiple angles, Cassio needs that full frontal to be able to do something. With the Aatrox, there are decidedly less options. If that Aatrox gets big and beefy and high damage enough that you can just throw bodies on the tower at the Sivir, the fact that Sivir's wave clearing doesn't matter anymore. And right now, if I'm FGG, if I go on the tower and die, I'm pretty sure I've won the game anyway, because my Aatrox is currently destroying everyone. Nilla is big, beefy, he is a carry, he was a known carry that we were hyping up at Spring. He loves having games like this. The team is going to be very confident to play around him.
And the thing is, quite often we've seen top laners in the NLC get leads and we've painted them as carry top laners, but then the lead sort of falls away. Nille is consistency personified. This guy doesn't make mistakes in this league, and there are a few players that I'd want to have a lead on more than him. And for Jlingz, I think we're looking for a little bit more of that creativity. We're looking for a little bit of that fight back that they showed so well in Game 1. Yes, they are not out of the game yet, but at some point you need to stop this Aatrox.
Yeah, I mean, I typically, when I think of a Nille carry game, though, right, it is normally of the split push variety, right? It's not normally the group and carry thing. Although, sometimes his team will get confused and ask the Jax to be grouping. But typically, that's not how we see Nille do it. He splits apart his opponents. You don't really want to be doing that in this game. That isn't what you want to be building up towards. So it'll be interesting to see Nille's playstyle, given that his method of carry is going to be group. Okay, everyone, vomit your CC on them. I'm going to slam Q until they're all dead. Right, that's the name of the game here. An Orianna ult would be really nice while that's all happening. You can see the combo, though, right? You can see the potential. Viego carrying the Orianna ball in. Boom, Rel, Aatrox, Aatrox. It's gonna be... the game could end very fast if they get this off, even once. So discipline from Jlingz. Discipline.
But again, this is the thing. The Game 1 could have ended very, very quickly. In Verdant's favor, 23 minutes. They were in a position to push against Jlingz, and it makes you sort of wonder where that next punch is going to come from Jlingz, because I know it's going to happen. I'm just trying to see the angle that it lands at.
Yeah, I mean, last game they could have ended, but not because their combination was going to give an immediate kill threat like that, right? Last game, they weren't running the Deathball comp. They were against it. They had a disengage comp where if Cassio got her Conqueror stacks off, the fight was pretty much over, but that takes time. They wanted those elongated fights. They wanted to play the long game. This time around, it's like that, right? They just want to drop the bomb. I can't use any analogy, right? I can't do that.
Yeah,
right?
no,
I just have to say that. So, yeah. They just want to drop the bomb, and the nuclear devastation will cause a 3-2-0 on the side of Verdant. It's a much simpler composition that they've got going there. There's something to be said for the brevity of it. I do still want to praise them for recognizing early on Syndra, Sivir. These don't sound like lanes that we can very easily gank, dive, anything like that on. See a Sejuani, alright? You don't even have flash at the start. Let's just pinpoint that, and let's go in over and over and over again. I used the battering ram analogy. No pop culture needed to get that one.
No, I know what
really
that is.
Early on for Jlingz, but Verdant, they were the ones that had the battering ram here against the fortress Jlingz that just turned out to be a tiny encampment.
Yeah, there's a big magical mirage, and actually it was just a tent in the middle of a field. I do like it though from Verdant. I think I was speaking a little bit with ATN before this series to sort of get the gist of how they were operating, and something he said to me which was quite interesting is that in summer they tried to do lots of different things. They tried to bring in lots of different parts in the way that they were playing, and for winter, because there's a little bit less time with the team, simplifying things. And I feel like that's exactly what they've done here with this composition. You've said it yourself. You go in with the Aatrox, you go in with the Viego, with the Orianna, you press all of your buttons, and you kill people.
Yeah, but if Sivir just one-shots the waves, there's a risk. But right now, again, I look at a 4-0 Aatrox, and I'm thinking, that risk is worth it. No, like, I just do this. I take aggro at the start, I don't care. For sure, the Aatrox has enough damage at this point. That's the issue Jlingz has, so confidence. Confidence has been word of the day, right? Ever since I forgot my thesaurus. That's what this is going to come down to.
And I think the next engagement could be crucial for the outcome of this game. We've got 25 seconds until the dragon spawns. It would be soul point for Jlingz, which is something they can play towards, but Verdant, with that Herald, are going to be able to get the shove in mid lane, should be able to take this tower down and grab that priority for the first move into the river.
Oh, nice though, like little bit of pelts coming in. the neutral objectives, these kinds of fights, Verdant are favored in on this time round, right? Their combo is very strong. You have to face check into it as well. They can't even see Sniller there. Imagine if he had the Orianna Bull on him the whole time there. Aatrox is down there as well.
This is risky. Jlingz going for the dive under the tower, but they can't catch the Viego instead. They get FGG.
Wow!
Urban going back into the enemy jungle. Is finally going to be able to take out the Viego, but trades his life for it. Shockwave onto 2. But no follow-up coming through. Nile in the fight, but not really in the fight, and Jlingz went out.
Aatrox had Conqueror, but Nile did not burn Ultimate. If the Ultimate was burned there, I think Jlingz would be thinking about going the extra mile here, but Nile, very patient on that, understood it wasn't going to be the elongated fight. This was a small skirmish, the big fight's still to come, and because he's held on to the Ultimate, Jlingz, I don't think they win that.
Yeah, no, Sniller going to be able to come back onto the map with a more of Malmortius in his inventory, and seeing the movements from Samson back towards the top lane, Bendix dropping for a reset as well as left. Crow and Rusty isolated in mid lane, and Flicker will pick up that one with ease.
And I mean, they already had the advantage to go grab that Drake. They're grabbing it anyway, so that doesn't turn into that, but every single kill that makes Aatrox a bit more powerful, that makes Kai'Sa a bit more powerful, that makes pretty much everybody but FGG, who isn't stealing the kills this time around, a bit more powerful matters, right? Because this fight needs to be over in a couple of seconds for Verdant, or it could go very bad very fast.
Sniller needs to be careful. Samson has teleported in. Gonna go for another catch onto the Viego. Should be able to take him down. That's Rusty Sniper's 3rd kill of the game, and this is what Jlingz do. It feels like the game is slipping away from them, but they just have that one play. They just have that little spark of something that makes you think, hold on, the game isn't over yet.
There's elements of smoke and mirrors though. Nilla this whole time has been grabbing even more of a lead on top side. Multiple waves crashing into that tower, getting a really big map state here. If you retreat back towards that point, you no longer have the ability to pressure mid and bot to any big extent, which will give Verdant full control of the map on towards the next phase. That mid tower though is pretty big.
Yeah, but if you can get a kill onto Rusty Sniper, it'd be even
Rusty
bigger.
VFGG though, this is good.
Been able to disjoint the engagement. Sniper gets the kill, yes. Crow is going to trade his life for it, but if I'm a support and I'm dying to get my ADC a kill and get the mid lane tower, I'm not going to be sad at all.
A 1-for-1 for Jlingz at this point in the game is completely worth it though, right? That isn't going to turn into a Baron for a Verdant, that isn't going to turn into any kind of objective for Verdant whatsoever, and Verdant are the ones that should be winning these fights at a high advantage. If it goes 1-for-1, eventually you'll just saturate the lead that happened early on, and the gold will cease to matter anymore. An even fight is a winning fight for Jlingz, and also the CC threat that they have with the Sejuani, with the Syndra, with the Rakan has caused a lot of Mercs treads, so they're severe. 4-1 and 3, no plated steel caps to diminish her abilities, her auto attacks, her damage that's going to happen later. She's still the big ticking time bomb, and she is primed.
Yeah, 2 early kills don't matter too much, but 2 items on a Sivir matter a hell of a lot more, and Rusty's got that Zeal and the Longsword in inventory too, so getting very, very close to the Phantom Dancer already. And once you hit 3 items, Verdant have to become really, really worried. If he is allowed to go unchecked in these team fights, health bars are going to be disappearing at a rapid rate.
100%. I'm still terrified of the Aatrox. I'm still absolutely terrified of it. Because even the Aatrox isn't the be-all end-all, right? The Aatrox just pretty much guarantees that the 4 and 6, didn't realize it was going like that, Sniller. Viego gets the initial resets off, and that's pretty much the objective to win the fight. The Aatrox pretty much guarantees that already in the state that he's in, and there isn't a good answer except the, well, you're going to have to tank aggro from Jlingz.
Hero caught out on a side lane. Urban using the ult to immune the shockwave, and this TP from Nilla might be a little bit too late. Has to pick up a kill from it, otherwise it's not worth. And Jlingz, they're fighting on the top side and they're losing. 1-for-1 across the map. Yes, it's mid for support. You take that. Rusty Sniper might be in a little bit of danger. He's able to dodge away from Sniller.
The shield!
Stunned by the Spectral more, but the Sivir is dealing so much damage that Sniller has to back away, otherwise he'd die for a 7th time.
Yeah, I mean, very, very nicely played by Rusty Sniper there. Obviously, Crow getting caught out, not so good. You have the Aatrox TP down though, and this limits the amount of max setups Verdant can do around that Baron. I think if Crow hadn't just gotten caught there, it would have been such a good situation for Jlingz to be able to come back to. They can get that Baron control, and they don't have the threat of a full 5-on-5. They know where the Aatrox is right now. He is on bot side. They can play away from him, like how last game they wanted to play away from Errol, and got a lot of advantages in fights by doing so.
Yeah, ultimately, those 5 kills on the Aatrox mean absolutely nothing if Nilla isn't using them to kill members of Jlingz, and hasn't been able to do that for a little while. Samson, as disastrous as that laning phase was, he's still playing Sejuani. He's still going to be able to fulfill his role in these fights.
The one man that I want to see fulfill his role is Rusty Sniper. This guy was a... Ooh, are we baiting this?
Doesn't look like we're baiting, and hold on, we've got Rusty Sniper still in base, and Urban
TP's
nowhere near the Baron pit either. Jlingz were caught napping, and Verdant looked to pull the trigger. He's going to be here now, but they're going to turn for the engage over on to Samson and wipe him out. Baron going to be resetting. Verdant.
Oh no!
Fight the shot. We're going to go wide. Rusty Sniper 1v1ing with Stiller, and he's not going to win that. The Sivir shut down the reset for the Viego. 2 off the board. Verdant head for Baron once more.
Absolutely big, still able to close the gap with his camouflage on towards Rusty Sniper, and the moment that was happening, pretty much guaranteed that Rusty Sniper was dead there. The carry, the big one that Jlingz had built their whole comp on, now all they really have is Syndra Poke, but FGG not letting them get to it. Nilla in the fray, has the
solo laners going over, but Urban's going to get into the Baron!
Oh my god!
Steals it away! How do they keep doing it? Every time you doubt them, they come out with brilliance. Bendix still alive. Crow
no ult from Nilla.
Surely on
Q
the
from
back
Blight,
end of
land
this,
it!
but here comes the Q.
Land!
Nilla has to flash away, and FGG burning with the Leandries. Double stun. The Aatrox could do nothing but heal, but take down Crow, but fall to his death. Jlingz, how do you keep getting away with it?
He's dead. He's just dead, man. Samson on the flank there was in such a good position. There was no way that Errol would be able to get out of there. And Sivir has already started the Drake. 3rd Drake and soul point for Jlingz. And look at the soul. The spectator's lying a little, but look at the soul that's actually incoming. A Hextech soul. It's going to be absolutely huge for either side that takes it. But for the Sivir, with the delivery system you have there, Verdant, they got a bit too cocky there, extended a little bit too much, and Nilla was very patient with the ultimate beforehand, to the point where I just assumed he had the ultimate when he was going in this time. Not so. He came in with no ultimate, wasn't able to get the Conqueror proc off, did not have the ability to execute in that fight. Much too cocky and summarily punished for it.
And again, veteran, I thought that we were cruising to a Verdant win. Jlingz, like you said, put up a much stronger fight in this game too in the early stages. And again, they find that moment in the mid-game. They're the ones with the gold lead now. They're the ones with the scaling AD carry who is completely off to the races. And they're the ones with the Hextech soul point in their back pocket. Verdant, they had this game, but they've thrown it away. Maybe
oh my god, stop watch!
But he's going to go golden by so much time. Samson being tanky on the front side. Urban
Siv's
still
here!
providing the CC, but here comes Rusty Sniper. He's going to immune the shield. He's still finally. Still is going to be able to find him. And Verdant, they are damn pissed. They are angry. They are chasing onto Jlingz. You steal the Baron away from us. We're going to take all your health bars.
Oh, that was a fast Baron, wasn't it?
Woo.
Also, if you fine him for that, can I get the money? In this economy, I know I mean, there was potential there. The stopwatch coming in from the Vi did elongate the fight a lot longer than it should have, but it was the only stopwatch there, so the fight was still a 4v5 later anyway. The point where the Sivir came in, my god, at the very least, Verdant were able to react instantly to the Sivir being there, threw everything on her. You only have one spell shield. Rusty Sniper did not flash the last little bit of damage coming in from the Aatrox, from the Viego, slamming right on top of him in a row, and ended up falling. The moment the Civ is dead, they lose the fights. That's why we typically thought that they would try to avoid them.
Urban?
No way this works.
Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. FGG going to come over. Crow here to provide some CC, and FGG has missed it onto Urban, which means that he can dash away. Khan looks like he's in danger thus far, but he's trying to set up something for the rest of his team. Crow going to be able to grand entrance away, and somehow he's alive, and FGG is the one falling into the grave. It's a 1-for-0 in favor of Jlingz, and with the Sivir on the hunt at their backs, they're looking for more, not quite able to find it onto Snella, onto Nilla, but man, what is going on in this series?
You do lose FGG, but you do lose Syndra ult there, so re-engaging... That was very optimistic from the Sejuani. Ultimately, though, in 2 minutes' time, the Drake will be up. All of those critical ultimates will be back up on the side of Jlingz. Bendix almost already has the Syndra ult up again, and they'll be looking to make something big happen on this fight. 22 for 18, 3k gold lead for Verdant. Load of Drakes on Jlingz, though, are making up the difference on that gold lead. The Sivir still packs a punch. Just can she get into a position where Aatrox doesn't wipe her out?
Urban hunting for Nilla once again. Jlingz just fought in the topside jungle of Verdant, and it didn't go very well, but this time looks a little bit better.
Oh my god, Urban.
Cease and desist. Yes, Nilla, you have got nothing to do there. The 9th death for this Viego, and 3 members around the topside. Jlingz will back away as Rusty Sniper is looking for a push. Needs to be careful. Nilla using the World Ender, but the Sivir is so fast, it's so difficult to get on top of her.
Urban is a born Vi player, by the way, I just have to say. The way he's been playing Vi, the way he's been playing Kha'Zix, I've absolutely loved it. He understood the angles to go for, and the Kha'Zix on the Vi, merciless picks into merciless picks. I remember back when Trinity Force Vi was there, you pretty much just assumed he won all the picks!
And loads of damage coming through from Rusty Sniper. FGG providing a little bit of heal, but that's Sterax keeping the Aatrox alive. Row goes down, as does Flicker! The bounces from Rusty Sniper, absolutely lethal.
40 seconds mid-tower down, but this Drake, it's gonna be sold for Jlingz with the Baron coming up immediately afterwards. Get a reset in now, get back out on the map, you'll be on the Drake early, secure the Drake, they don't have the Kai'Sa to be able to rush the Baron, do the Drake into a Baron contest. That could be the final contest of the game on that Baron. You could easily turn that into a game win if this goes well. We may see Verdant fall in the tournament, and we may see an elongated series where it's anyone's series. Jlingz's plan, it could work.
Hextech Drake hitting the rift. Verdant moving over, but Jlingz start it up immediately. Samson going to pop that blast cone to get them away. And E-Roll cannot get in. Snilla is nowhere near. Hextech Soul, easy as you like.
On Sivir, man. Hextech Soul on Sivir, man. Oh my god. They're going straight for that Baron. They've already got their resets off. Vi coming in hot from the Drake. Kai'Sa only just respawned, so positioning still in Jlingz's favor. This is the big contest. We were saying that we thought Sivir was going to allow these kinds of objectives to be taken, just defend under tower, bait them into these plays. But Jlingz, they've been winning these fights. They're feeling it. They've been getting these picks. One more pick could decide the game.
And Verdant make their way towards the Baron. Nilla extending up in the river, looking for Crow. FGG on the side, but Jlingz waiting in the wings. Not sure they know that the Rel is there. Pick coming through onto the Rakan, but this guy is very, very slippery. Slippery enough to get away, but Popular Quickness is going to reduce Jlingz's ability to get into these engagements. And Verdant start up the Baron against the Hextech Soul. This is risky, but they feel the game slipping away from them. They know they need to fight sooner rather than later. And FGG finding the engagement. Rusty Sniper still alive. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting from Jlingz. They can do nothing. And Jlingz will take down the undefeated team.
They can end the game off with this Rusty Sniper. He didn't die. He repositioned. Nihilist split off from the rest of the team. The only one trying to kill the critical objective on the opponents. But enough people were alive. Enough people didn't die in the opening salvo. What looked like the best case scenario for Verdant still wasn't good enough against Jlingz. They're going to take the first game that Verdant have dropped in the entire Aurora Cup. And this is now truly anyone's series.
Game 5 looking a hell of a lot more likely. Jlingz even up the series and take game 2.
I'm excited. Rusty Sniper, man. The storyline of him, he was a big character in the NLC, always turned up in all of the interviews, but he was also a crucial carry player for his teams. His teams were playing heavily around him, putting trust in him, and it wasn't quite enough at a lot of points during NLC. I'm so glad he's able to get this kind of redemption story now in the Aurora Cup. He's a good player. This wasn't a perfect game from him, but he was aggressive when he needed to be, and he made it work when he needed to be. He was the fed part of his team, and they won on his back. Urban for me, though.
Oh,
that guy is mental. I love it. He's treating it like a solo queue game, and Verdant are slowly but surely helping his prophecy come true. The balance steals one thing, but the successive picks, we'd come out of a replay and Urban just making a pick again on someone. He's going in, playing to the absolute limits that he can, and it's working, and he keeps going in again, full confidence. He's in their heads. He's in the heads of Verdant. And I have to say, this feels like the captain on the ground, leading the charge, leading the troops. I'm so happy he's doing so well here and showing up. Verdant, they need to take the next game seriously.
Yeah.
They know what they're up against now. They know they can lose. They lose 2 more times, that's it.
Game 3 is going to be pivotal for this series.
Yes.
The momentum, the mood is all with Jlingz right now, but Verdant, they've got so much quality on their roster. They've got so many players who have been in these types of situations before and have dug themselves out of it. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do that. Join us after the break. Game 3, you don't want to miss. Welcome back, everybody, and we have been treated to an absolute spectacle the first two games of this series. Jlingz and Verdant both came in 3-0ing their quarterfinal matchups. We knew that this was going to be a close series, but Veteran, honestly, I didn't expect it to be this close.
Actually, you predicted 3-2. You did specifically expect it to be this close.
Come on, man. Come on,
But the
man.
manner of it, it's a tooth and nail fight. And Jlingz are winning these tooth and nail fights. You would expect that when it comes to this kind of very, very long series, the more patient team would be Verdant, not just from their playstyle, but also from their experience. But Jlingz are like, no, actually, the way to do it is we keep going and we keep going and we keep going. There are almost times where you think, oh, they're kind of going in a bit blind, they don't know if this is going to work, but that's fine, it's better than doing nothing. They refuse to go down without a fight, and that has actually led to a win. It's a bit of a progression from them over the series. First game was definitely Verdant were about to just completely stomp them, and then one throw cascaded into a couple of throws, but it was eventually a Verdant win anyway. This game, though, Jlingz were winning a lot of things in the early game, right? It was a trade of sorts for Verdant rather than an outright win for them. So if Jlingz can keep up that kind of momentum, this could actually be a series that they would take, which very, very few people would seriously, realistically expect.
Oh, of course, apart from you, obviously predicted them to win 3-1. But for Verdant, I think fundamentally, they have been getting advantages coming out of the early game, and they've had issues actually translating those into wins. Yes, they won game one of the series, but like you mentioned, that was very hotly contested, and they never got to that point where the 5k lead turns into an 8k lead, turns into a 10k lead. There's always been that little slip in the execution and in the progression of the game state. If those slips don't happen, then I feel like they can close out these games quite cleanly, but it feels like Jlingz have been forcing those slips, those mistakes, a lot more often than not, and Verdant have been on the back foot. Yeah,
there is a bit of a, how on earth did Urbing even get here at all? It's a very high risk that he is here at all. If he doesn't get anything here, the map is just done at a lot of these points. And yet that is enough, right? He does manage to find something there. It still very much feels like if Verdant just do a couple of things different, Jlingz will just get shut out of these games. And then it would be interesting to see how Jlingz adapt to that. But as the state of play is, it's working. You can't deny that it's working. You can talk about whether it should work, about whether it's more about abusing mistakes of the enemy rather than creating some intricate plays of your own. But it is working. They have a read on their opponents, and their read is looking more and more correct as the series goes on.
I think for Verdant, you need to slow it down a little bit, because this is a team that does set up well. This is a team that does understand how to play around objectives and use priority to get those. But Jlingz, it feels like they're not recognizing those concepts or the rules that Verdant are playing the game by. And if the person playing against you isn't obeying the same rules, then it puts you in difficult positions. So I guess my question for you now, Veteran, is it a case of you really need to slow it down for Verdant? Or is there something else that you've noticed over these past few games that they're consistently messing up on that they need to tighten up for Game 3?
I mean, I feel like when they had that big advantage on the Aatrox, it was little things. They gave a bit too much time to their opponents when they did stuff like burn the Aatrox TP in to try to immediately get a fight. And then they were surprised that Jlingz were actually a bit more patient and didn't take that fight. They took the TP, you know? Those kinds of things, I think you can only do it if you're very, very sure you're going to win these fights. Because if you can split Jlingz around the map, I don't actually think they operate as well. Yes, they're making isolated picks, so that might lead you to believe they want you to split. But I also think when they do that, if they get a pick on one side, you should be able to get the Baron on the other, or the objective on the other. So maintain those map states even stronger would be all I'd say. Verdant have a winning formula. They have a winning formula from game one. They just need to be better at that winning formula, and then they win. Don't be drawn into this FFA free-for-all that Jlingz are trying to turn the game into. You know, those are the points where you lose the ability to set up the map like that.
I think maybe a part of that is actually give Nilla something that he can effectively split push on. That early lead on the Aatrox didn't really translate into enough for Verdant to win, but if he's 5-0 on a Camille, then you're pressuring side lane towers permanently, and Jlingz have to respond to that. And if, as you say, Jlingz are a team that aren't as comfortable being split up like that, then maybe that's the way that Verdant can regain control of this series.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, I still go into the next game thinking that Verdant are the team that have to mess up, right? I'm still not seeing a strategy from Jlingz that does anything but hit particular pressure points on Verdant, and I don't even think those are pressure points that Verdant were really demonstrating beforehand. If there was anything to hit with them, it would have been early game lack of acceleration from them. They always did it around neutrals, they already did it around lane. You'd expect it that, but that isn't even how Jlingz are winning, right? It's just small errors that Jlingz turn into picks, right? Just stop with the small errors. I think it's really that simple at this point.
And I kind of want to see the E-Roll Azir as well, because he's yet to pull it out in this series, and it has been going unbanned by Jlingz, so it's not something that they're necessarily prioritizing. So maybe that's the angle for Verdant, because we know that this guy is an absolute prodigy on control mages, but on that champion in particular. And if you're able to stabilize your midsection through that, then I think that shuts down a lot of what Bendix and a lot of what Urban wants to do.
It's fearless, though. I think if you have a pick like that you feel guarantees you a win, you utilize it only when you absolutely need that win, right? Theoretically, they still have another game, but maybe they think we need to get back in the right mindset, so let's just go for the guaranteed win this game, right? But then, you're going into the last game without what gave you that guaranteed win. I don't know if you want to play the mental game that way, right? I feel like with those auto-win picks, you're saving them, right? You're saving them for when you need them the most, because you only get them once with the way that drafts go now. You only get them once, so use it when you have to, and not before.
And on the side of Jlingz, it does feel like there are a few more of those crazy picks. I think we said during game one you'd much rather be the team losing on the Orianna Kha'Zix combo.
Yes.
They did lose on it, but there's still more stuff that can come through.
I would rather not lose Orianna, to be clear. Losing Kha'Zix, I think, is fine to be losing. Losing Vi now, right? Losing Vi Syndra there, that's interesting. I do wonder what we'll see next, but what is left is very, very standard picks and standard compositions, right? He hasn't had removed anything we would call traditionally powerful, right? And, you know, the Rammus that I've been begging for ages is also still up. So, you know, there's that. Sivir, Rammus, brilliant, but we've lost the Sivir composition with it now, so...
I mean, we've lost the Sivir composition on one side. That could always pick it up for themselves, as we are into Champion Select for our third game of the day. Interesting, Jlingz now going to be on the blue side. I believe Verdant selecting red. And I'm not going to be surprised if we see the same bans from Jlingz as we have all series long.
Yeah, I mean, they know what they don't want allowed by Nilla. They know that is an auto-lose. They probably have an idea of what they could do into Errol's Azir, because I did see a Xerath hover earlier. They are aware of specific counters in towards an Azir composition. You'd have to think coming in, you have a plan for that. Jax is harder to plan around. There aren't really any super strong counters to Jax. The play pattern's much the same. I agree with removing that. Similar with Rumble. There isn't really anything good into that right now. It's more doable to go in towards an Azir. Or just take the Azir away yourself. Errol's surely going to know what he can do into it, though.
I think this is always the tricky issue about taking away someone's one trick is they have played the most horrible matchup possible for that champion about 1,000,000 times in solo queue, so they know the weaknesses and they know how to punish it as well. But again, it's a gauntlet thrown down by Jlingz. We know that you valued this pick. We know that you want to play it. We'll take it away.
Yeah, 100%. I do agree with it, and then you're seeing the Maokai being taken off the board as well now. That is a huge pick. That's one of the easiest jungle picks to do. Now what I'm thinking is, as a counter to Azir, and also good with the Maokai, probably something like a Tristana. A Varus mid has traditionally been done, but that would make you a double AP setup, and you typically want to avoid that. Ooh. You know I have opinions on early rotation of Philios, right? So
yeah.
Now I'm thinking you already have the Azir, you can
Okay.
pivot very easily in towards a Jlingz and just have a max range draft against the Aphelios. And that's very, very difficult for the Aphelios to deal with. You do still have the possibility, though. Here's the thing. Here's the count. If you're 900
Yeah.
IQ here, right? What you do then is be like, okay, you go with the Jlingz or something like this, right? We slam the Tristana with Maokai, that outranges your Jlingz, and it would have a similar effect to Varus, but actually not as much, and then go the Ornn later on to control the low mobility carry that you have on bot lane. Less viable with the Varus here. The Ornn would still have a similar thing, but Varus's damage doesn't come from perpetual DPS at range. It comes from poke, and that's much more difficult for the Tristana with her range to be able to deal with. So I do like the Varus, given that you're looking at Aphelios and the opponents. The Viego has to play calm. Urban goes early into an Aphelios. It's Boomerang O'Clock. Wow, Aphelios now has more shields than he does health. We can't do anything. What is this? 5,000 years, blah, blah, blah. All of that good stuff. Yone. Yone with the Maokai. Setup, boom, slam, damage, and then really easy scenario there for the Aphelios as well. So a lot of threat. One of the best picks you can do into an Azir is the Yone. Constantly cited, just a very safe pick in lane in terms of the sustain that he has as a melee champion, and the trading patterns he has into mages like Azir is very strong as well. Obviously Azir still has range and does have forms of disengage. Yone has ways to outplay that. You can outplay a lot of this. It's a skill matchup, but the skill matchup, an Azir main is on this Yone. He knows how to play this, right? That is his champ that you have picked on towards the other side. Putting Errol against that champ is the only thing that I could think would be as comfortable for Errol as being on that champ. So I'm going to assume on that skill matchup, Errol's going to be able to handle it.
Yeah, he should know what's up, and it's a really nice go button as well for E-roll. You can't really have the same level of proactivity on the castle, even something like the Orianna. You're looking for that ball delivery system. You are the engage with that Soul Unbound going into the backline, and if you get free time onto Azir, if you get free time onto a Varus during a team fight, there's very little they can actually do to prevent you from killing them.
Yeah, 100%. And I do have to say, though, I do like, I mean, if Urban is playing very, very calm, with the double poke you're going to have from the Varus and the Azir, getting a reset scenario for yourself looks very, very viable to me. I'm genuinely considering, do you just want to go all in with this? Do you want to go with the Karma later on, right? And be able to propel that Viego with a shield later on forward, as well as reposition your Azir and Varus while they're doing their elongated poke, right? That's something that could potentially be viable.
Yeah.
If this Leona gets locked in, though, I'm looking at triple melee, and that is a very good counter in towards triple melee, and especially in towards Yone. And you're not losing that much if you end up losing a Taric for the next game. So this gives the Viego the ability to move in, capitalize on the poke, shields everybody against that Yone very well. That would be really boring, but you'd be able to play with range. The other option, this could be an actually viable Renata Glass. Okay, fresh. Okay, it's a repositioning tool for the Varus.
Yeah.
Makes everything very safe. Ornn's very, very good long-range engaging towards the Aphelios. Crucially, neither of the melee champions that they will be picking in that scenario has to put their body into Aphelios and just gift him all of the boomerangs. So I do like that setup. I mean, it's just boring. It's just boring. I want to slam the tap, just like slam it.
Yeah, like come on.
It's called fearless. Fearless. Slam it. That's what you do at whatever, man. It's fine. It's fine. Next game. They can't pick Fresh again.
And hold on, Veteran. I feel like we've missed a little bit of something going through this draft. Jlingz double banned out supports, so Nile's pool is a lot more open, and this Gwen is something that we've seen him dominate on against the very best players in the NLC. I am really, really worried for Samson here, because if he thought that playing that Sejuani was horrible last game, he hasn't seen nothing yet.
I must say, your typical top laner that picks Ornn is not picking at R5 and is picking it knowing he's going to have a terrible time in lane.
Yeah.
And this is no exceptions. 1 to 5, this is the Gwen show. Level 6, there is a potential for an all-in if you hit literally everything on Ornn and you burn out the massive part of her Q. But outside of that niche circumstance, you are just losing in towards the Gwen. Gwen gets massive advantages. You want to play on into stuff like this knowing that you're going to be more useful in team fights. You're going to be more useful in terms of stats for your team. You're going to be useful in a lot of other ways. No one locks on in thinking they're going to have a brilliant lane time. They're going to have an acceptable lane time, and it's difficult to dive you. So I think he's resigned. He's moaning. He's like, yes, dear, you know, time for your daily getting pegged by Gwen moment. Right, okay, whatever. Again, it's his day ending and why, I guess. Not going to be a nice game for him. Maybe the next game will be better. But he can be useful in these fights. He has a lot of threat on the Aphelios because it's all in that knock-up. That's going to be really good whether you are ahead or behind. You can't tenacity in towards it. A lot of setup there that you can double up with the Thresh as well. Thresh gives you an element of disengage as well as that long-range engage. It doesn't just give boomerangs. There is a lot of ways that this thing works. Nilla was a massive threat last game, and it wasn't enough. He'll be a massive threat this game on a champion that has issues, we shall say. Praise freak.
But I do think if you look at the directions that Verdant can approach fights from, I think that's where it gets really, really scary, though, because we talk about like the disengage that the Thresh can offer. That's one person in one direction. If you've got Nille TPing behind you, if you've got Erol coming on the flank as well, I'm not sure if Jlingz have actually got enough tools in their composition to completely get those guys out of the fight. And they are going to be doing absolutely horrible things to your two main carries. And if you're starting a fight without the Azir because he's just been one shot, or without the Varus because he's just been one shot, I think Verdant are going to have a much better time.
I do feel like there are a lot of tools on the Azir to be able to do it on his own and be safe on his own, but he's not Errol, right? Like, he is not Errol, and Errol is going to know if you make those small mistakes and will be able to call it for your team. That's the big risk. If he's able to play this Azir out, though, then it's going to be everything on survival for the Varus, and I think it's viable. One other thing I'm looking at here, when I see the Maokai locked in, I always do get very worried. Normally, when it comes to mid lane picks, that you'll end up going double AP there. But here, this is an early force of nature for the Ornn. He can be very, very survivable on first items. So that's an issue that you could potentially have. Ultimately, the guy who needs to be surviving is going to be Urban. Whatever you do, the Azir Varus is not enough damage on its own. They're just trying to get the damage down so Viego can reset. And if you get to the point where Viego can reset, the fight looks pretty good for you. If you're not able to get to that point, the fight looks pretty bad for you. This is the most boring composition Jlingz have done. There's a very telegraphed way in which they could get this to work. Verdant have so much damage that if you're not able to play disciplined here, they will run away with the game. Nilla will... It's Nilla and Snilla. That has to be on purpose, no? Nilla and Snilla, right? That has to be on purpose. Nilla will be immune, and he will destroy everyone in your team, because he has pretty much already won this lane just by being there. We know Nilla's going to be able to pull off the lane that he needs to get significant advantage, and then all these tools you have to control the Aphelios are all for naught, because Errol and Nilla are in your face, and Aphelios is basically just playing cleanup.
Very cheeky from Erol there. Anticipating the move from Bendix to ward out Snille's Raptors, and denies it, and takes a little bit of the Azir's health bar to boot. And I'm really worried about what Urban is actually going to be able to do, because if we are anticipating this Gwen top, this Yone are going to have priority in their lanes, we know that Snille loves to invade, and we know that the rest of Verdant love to go with him on those little adventures into the enemy jungle. The Viego, not particularly tanky in the early stages. If he finds a top laner or a mid laner combined with that jungler jumping on top of him, his health is not going to be high for very long.
No, at all. I just have to point out, though, that a big thing has occurred, or not occurred. First game we've had without a level 1 instant.
Yeah.
First game we have had. So, already the boring compositions giving us a much more boring state of affairs. Level 6, though. Level 6. All in potential on top side on either side. Let's be real, more on Nilla's side. And on mid lane, that's when Yone starts thinking, alright, I have a Vamp Scepter, I already have the ability to survive anything. Are you enjoying this level 1 to 5, Ornn? Are you enjoying this, Samson? Are you having fun?
I mean, he's already had to use basically his entire mana pool, and Nello has been absolutely fine to take that away. I'm intrigued a little bit about these bot lanes, because I feel like we could have a bit more action here than we've seen in the past. Varus and Aphelios, both ADs that have a lot of damage early on in their kits, as well as a lot of setup, especially post 6.
Yeah, I mean, the Varus Fresh lane does have things that they can do levels 1 to 5. Levels 1, 2, you could have maybe seen something from Leona, which is why you have a lot of dodges here. Nilla is low on HP here, but he's crashing the wave. He can afford to trade all that. Samson's going to be locked in. He can't afford to trade that. Nilla's about to come in on full HP. On 6, though, you're right. This Leona R into Aphelios R, that's going to be huge. So at about 8:30 into the game, that's when we are looking at bot lane for Verdant really coming online. Before that, just survive. Don't get picked by the Fresh. Simple enough. Right? Simple enough.
A little bit of deep vision acquired by Crow. Urban is actually going to be spotted on this recall, and Hero moving towards the bottom side of the map, maybe thinking about setting something up there, but no, is just going to head back around. Snille with a venture towards the top side. Samson with a wave in, not a great place, could be vulnerable here. Especially if he steps up to try and ward the river. He's going to be able to Searing charge away. Nille not quite close enough to get the first kill.
You have to take your wins where you can. He didn't burn Flash, but he is here on less than half HP and no mana. And Nille is there on very close to full HP, about 80% of the way there. Full mana with an additional item in his kit, right? Normally the advantage you get with Vaughn is being able to build those items in lane. Not so here. You can't build that HP bar back.
Flicker going to get pulled there by the Flay. Level advantage here for Verdant in the bottom lane. They're going to be able to catch up Rusty Sniper. Cleanse and the Dark Passage get him away. But even after that early reset to pick up the kill, Verdant fighting a little bit better in the 2v2.
Yeah, big mistake there. Fresh was able to get the pick off, but Rusty Sniper elongated there and was in range of FGG. Didn't cleanse immediately. The CC saved it for the Ignite. You have burned the Ignite from your opponent. Your cleanse is likely to be up earlier, but ultimately, I would say that was a mess up by Rusty Sniper. Verdant, they got more at that point than they would have expected. They'll be very happy with that.
And 5 minutes in, no kills going down for the first time in this series so far. It does look like Verdant are calming things down a little bit. They've got a very aggressive composition once they hit their spikes, but they recognize that until they hit those spikes, they don't need to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Verdant are chilling. They have advantages where they should get. Jlingz hasn't done anything weird early. Looks like a game where Verdant's going to get everything off that they like to do in terms of these neutral objectives, and especially in terms of these lanes. Not really that much to talk about here. It's most likely just going to play like this. Urban trying to sneak the Hextech, though. That's pretty good, right? You do have priority still with the Fresh and the Varus early levels. This is a decent advantage you can get now. Errol just resetting. Verdant, they don't want to contest this. It's one Drake. It's more than nothing, I guess. This is the most action you're likely to be getting.
Yeah, and again, it feels like we're setting up in this situation where Jlingz are building an advantage on the bottom side of the map, whilst Verdant are getting a lot more on the top side. Nille now hitting that level 6 mark, going back to base, going to be able to pick up a little bit more for his inventory, opting for those Ionian Boots of Lucidity. So, Samson, still struggling, but he knows that's his lot.
Does indeed. Gwen, level 6 now, with 6:40 in towards the game. Level 6 has occurred at about 5:30. Bendix and Samson have to be very careful about what they do now. There are conditions where Samson could do something. There are technically conditions where Bendix can do something, but right now the game is much easier for their opponents. They're at a very deadly phase of the game. Look at that first component coming out from the Ornn, though. He is against double AP. This could be his saving grace overall. At the very least, you can try to lose a little bit less.
Rusty Sniper losing a lot of HP.
Yeah.
In the bottom lane, and despite the CS advantage that he's been building, it feels like every single time we pan down here, it's Flicker and FGG that are having the better run of things.
Yep, I mean, the Ignite is now down from FGG, the Flash is down as well, and the Flash is down from Flicker versus all summoners about to be up by Jlingz. They could maybe do something with that.
Missing on the hook. Thought FGG might want to look at an angle aggressive onto the Thresh there, but obviously with his summoners still available, decides against it. Snille making his way towards the bottom lane, has the level 6 available, could look for a dive.
You do still have all summoners up, and level 6 is just being hit by Varus. Hello?
Oh, actually an ult coming through from Urban. Bendix getting the first rotate over Nilla.
Oh my god!
Not quite going to be able to get over the wall in time.
No.
It's first blood for the Viego. And Jlingz look at the Herald and say, thank you very much, we're going to pick that up as well. Now Verdant setting up for a dive in the bot lane. Teleport going to come through here from Samson. Doesn't have the ultimate available, but FGG getting locked down. Could be disastrous. Double knock up against the wall, and FGG will surely get taken down. Going to be a trade with Rusty Sniper falling off the Rift too. And Samson dropping additionally. Verdant win out on the bot lane play.
Yep, the initial kill, that was all fine and dandy, but Flicker able to get a lot of boomerangs on towards his white gun from there, and Varus was in melee range of that. The moment he died, you'd already get wave advantage on towards the Affiliates anyway. Ornn had already committed so far in that he was pretty much a guaranteed kill by the Affiliates as well. Getting in those kinds of ranges, that's what the Affiliates wants. The Ornn's big benefit is his R, but he burned that R on the play on top side, even though he didn't get any assist for it. So there, he had to go full frontal, and that gave Flicker exactly what he wanted.
But even despite that is Jlingz, who are enjoying this early game a little bit more. The progression that we've seen from this team throughout the series has been really impressive. Game 1, Verdant ran this show. Jlingz came back a little bit in Game 2, but we're just about to crest 10 minutes. Jlingz have got a Herald in their back pocket, they've got a Hextech Drake in their inventory, and they're ever so slightly ahead on gold.
Ever so slightly ahead. But where is that goal going, right? On the Viego and on the Varus. The Viego is the big one for me. He does need those items to come in as fast as possible because his resets are the ones that will end up carrying the game. The Varus, his consistent poke, that is going to be setting up those resets. The Maokai being behind in gold, though, let's be real, he's still going to be as useful as he can be anyway. The Gwen is still ahead. That's their big power point right there. Surprising that the Affiliates, actually, is still... it's actually fairly even on bot side with a slight advantage towards Varus, so they'll take that, and the Yone being even with the Azir, well, the first team fight will dictate how that goes.
Setting up for a fight in bot lane. I feel like Crow just needs to accept his death.
Yeah.
Nowhere to go, Flicker picks it up.
Yeah, I mean, Crow needing to be playing Lantern at these points when Viego's still in transition from top to bot. This has now led to a position where Rusty Sniper, he's very vulnerable. No ult, he pretty much just has flash. Doesn't have to burn it here yet.
Go for the engage. Urban is in the area, but Verdant have got more members at this party, and they're going to get another kill for themselves. It's the first time this series we've seen this much action around the bottom lane, and is decisively favouring Verdant.
Yeah, I think he misclicked a little bit there going forward, but ultimately clean kill for Verdant. Rusty Sniper ended up burning his flash as well. He had no ultimate because of the previous play. Crow's death there is cascaded. You do want your Varus to be in the game here. You do need your Azir Varus to be surviving at this point. But Flicker, because of the advantages he's able to get in early fights, they just want to push that through now. Every single opportunity that they have. And Crow ultimately did give them a big advantage.
But because of that reset coming through from Flicker, this is going to open up an angle for Urban and Samson to take down this Drake. And I think it's really interesting how Samson has just completely abandoned top lane. There is nothing for him to grab there, but it does mean that Nilla gets a load of free time to hit onto the tower and pick up CS without any pressure being applied.
None whatsoever. A little bit of a lane swap going on here. Ornn holding on the midsection there with just his MR, but this is likely to shift back into lanes where they match Yone for Azir and Gwen for Ornn anyway. Ornn, though, shifting down towards bot side. Azir does have a window here to shift in towards mid. Looks like he wants to push out one more top. Can this bot side play turn into something? They do have all ultimates up. Thresh's ultimate, yes, will be up for this potential dive. They've dropped the Herald in there. Looks like this is a big play from Jlingz.
Yeah, but Verdant seem happy to respond to it. Snillo moving over and E-roll. Okay. Also rotating down. I think very wise from Jlingz to go, actually, we're not going to opt into that play when Verdant can bring everybody here.
Yep, I mean, they do make sure that the acceleration play from Jlingz can't happen, but Jlingz still do get the Herald on bot side. They get all of the platings. They'll take that. They'll take these. Any second that they're not dying, I think Jlingz are just happy to be alive at that point, and they're happy to keep the small advantages they have in certain lanes continuing forward. At the very least, Affiliates hasn't got monster fed on here. Verdant backing off there, they know they're in a winning position if they don't just gift Verdant a 4v2 for any period of time. So I think Well played by both sides there. About as good as you can get. Verdant's advantage still holding strong.
I love this from Sniller, making repeat visits towards this bottom lane. Erol rotating down from the mid side as well. TP available for Bendix, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Engage started off by FGG. Flicker going to be providing the damage, and the Leona rooted up and taken out. Jlingz teleport into the play, and they're going to find a kill. Rusty Sniper will finally get taken down in the end, but that could have gone a lot better for Verdant.
Yeah, I mean, he moved forward, seemingly unaware that Yone was about to be in range to go straight on him. Yone matching the Azir play, walking down towards bot side there, and taking him out as he tried to get on Flicker and secure the kill. Rusty Sniper's aggression, it's gone one of two ways most of this series. We've seen times where he's gone a bit too far forward, but we've also seen times where that aggression has rewarded his team. That time, though, the Yone was very, very happy to defend the Philios and get a little bit of a lead for himself.
This matchup for Erol, it hasn't completely exploded. He's not built a huge CS lead over Bendix, but he's still been able to turn up to these bottom lane roams when he is needed. He's going to be able to pick up the first tower here, unless Rusty Sniper has anything to say about it. He's going to be able to defend, so that big injection of gold not going to be falling into the Verdant mid laner.
Oh, well, he just got a big injection of gold in the form of Rusty Sniper, so I think he's still fully happy with what he got. That tower going down is only a matter of time as well. Tiniest bit of advantage will cause it to go down. He still has his R. Ooh. Oh, showed a bit too... I don't think he meant to do that. If he just hid there, he could have potentially had an opportunity on Rusty Sniper, especially now that Urban has shown in the try.
Yeah, I think he just needs to pop the ultimate defensively. It feels bad on the Yone, but it feels even worse dying. So this is going to give Rusty Sniper a little bit of free time to take this first tower, but Verdant responding by taking the Herald topside.
Yeah, when Verdant maintain their map setups and don't get too greedy, this is what happens. A trade by Jlingz on bot side turns into a trade up by Verdant on towards that top side. That Herald's going to be a big deal for them when it comes to the mid tower. They have better lane states as well because they have full control of top side there and numbers are on bot side. So you're going to reset the map in advantage for you as Verdant. This is the kind of thing they just need to maintain when it gets later in the game. When they lose sight of that, when they get thrown off tempo once, that's when Jlingz has been finding their advantages the whole series. And I have to say, it has been a little bit opposite though, right? Jlingz, this game, and the game beforehand are the ones that are getting the neutrals. Verdant are the ones that are making aggressive plays in lanes. Admittedly coming a little bit later, but still, when 6 happened, they went straight on bot lane over and over and over again. First game, Verdant and Jlingz have switched positions for the rest of the series, and it's very interesting to see.
Drake, Soul Point, going to be spawning in 30 seconds here for Jlingz. So that Herald on Sniller could be quite useful at securing a little bit of that mid priority and preventing move over onto the objective. Samson picked up the first item, Abyssal Mask. He knows what his job is here, to just hold against Sniller for as long as he can, and he's done that emphatically.
Yeah, not a force of nature, but an Abyssal Mask instead. That will benefit the rest of his team overall, right? Still, the objective is to get as much damage on this Viego as humanly possible, to get his resets as fast as you can in these fights. So, still a very good first item choice by him, and the additional onboard HP you get from earlier catalysts, that will definitely help here. But a full MR item, that's what you want to see as well. Enemy is full melee as well.
Going to be able to dash away. Bendix pulls the Shurima Shuffle to try and push back. Erol is going to be able to get out of there with the Lantern. Nature's Grass throw down, and the Solar Flare lands onto basically nobody. And Verdant, yeah, they've got that Herald in their back pocket for mid lane priority, but without all of those ultimates, they have to give up this Dragon.
Didn't talk about something. We talked about this with the Xayah composition in Game 1, but the DPS on neutrals by Jlingz is immense with both Azir and Varus, right? Varus, Azir, two of the best Baron Drake takers in the game, and then you have that turn stuff we were talking about beforehand. The Ornn, the Fresh, really easy champions to turn on a fight with. So if you are contested, you can make the snap decision to immediately capitalize on that contest, on the vision advantage you must have if you are starting the Baron or Drake up first. So this composition by Jlingz, it's kind of built to meet Verdant, where they are typically comfortable, where they are typically strong. And once those two critical engage ultimates were down the side of Verdant, that Drake was just going in favor of Jlingz, and they deleted it.
I think they are going to run into a few issues now with that mid lane tower falling and now this top lane tower falling as well. Verdant do have the ability to push the vision line a little bit further and impose themselves a little bit more on Jlingz, and they've got the gold lead that theoretically says they should be able to do it, but it's Jlingz, man. There's always something in their back pocket. Samson wasn't enjoying the Gwen. He's enjoying the Yone a little bit more as he's able to get out of that one.
Top laners, do you feel you are earning your pay when you are forced to pick Ornn in a fearless draft? Comments in the chat, please. I feel like you must just feel you're not playing the game when you play Ornn.
Urban going for a 1v1 on Tanilla. I mean, he's got the Trinity Force, he's got the Kraken Slayer, he wins this and forces back Verdant's carry top laner. And honestly, veteran, this Gwen, she's had her early game, she's had her bullying stage up against the Ornn. Now we need to start seeing her actually impacting these fights. This is a TP for a tier 2 tower. This is very aggressive. Verdant just want as much gold as they can get.
So long as they put Aurora on bot side after this, then I think it's viable to do so, and then you have Nilla on top side around the Baron looking for flanks naturally with the priority that she has. That could be a very viable way to set things up, given that you have 2 split pushers. Burning that TP wouldn't be seen as greedy like it was last time around when Aatrox TP'd to group and Jlingz simply disengaged. So this time around, I don't think that's going to affect the Baron negatively, so long as you don't do what you're doing right now, which is send a Role on top side. You want your TP down towards bot side here. Yeah, okay, so if you do this, but Azir Varus is just going to delete the Baron. You want... Okay, maybe there's a route here where they're thinking Gwen just invades bot side jungle and flanks that way, but I also feel like that's so telegraphed. Jlingz simply need to look for picks in the bot side jungle there. Otherwise, you're going to have to transfer Role down to match this Ornn. Yeah, they're realizing they can't just send Gwen down. If they just send Gwen down, this Baron's going to be at a big risk. I think now you're looking at Aurora shifting in towards mid into bot. No, they're just dropping Gwen. Okay, so there is an opportunity here. You do have Baron control right now on the side of Verdant, but with Gwen on bot side, the most they can be top side is 4. So if you act quickly as Jlingz, you could actually contest this very, very easily. I don't know what they know about Ornn resets and stuff, but Ornn being bot side catching this wave is not such a big deal given that he has the unleashed TP to go top side and Nilla doesn't have the crowd control to do anything about it.
Yeah, and you've got to start thinking as well, there's a soul spawning in a minute and a half's time if Jlingz can pick that up. So even if Verdant make this move towards the Baron and pick it up, that's still something they're going to have to contend with. And I think they're recognizing that they can't let Jlingz force them into that trade.
Yeah,
they need to start up the Baron now, and they are doing some pretty damn good damage to it. Samson, still in the bot lane, is finally going to be able to pull the TP. Verdant go for the turn. Double root on the other side. Here comes Zilla, going to be able to provide the damage. Takes down Crow right at the start of the fight. But Snille also falls off the ground, and the health bars are looking a little bit better for Jlingz.
So if you do that play to burn the Ornn TP, then you'd view it as successful, but they did lose Snille for it. They have no more pressure on the Baron there, and there's still one additional TP by Jlingz on towards that Azir. If you set up the map now, though, with Aurora on bot side, in a couple of waves' time, you will have Nilla with TP again, but this is the dance that is happening, right? This is the dance that is happening. They were only able to get fresh out early. They weren't able to get anything on the Varus. Rusty was aggressive there. He was rewarded for it. I think Jlingz will take that, especially given that in 30 seconds time, what's happening? It is a Drake that Jlingz don't have to contest, but Verdant do. And if Jlingz opt to trade for Baron side with this, they will just delete it in the time that it takes their opponents to do this Drake. So Verdant, they are the ones pressured to make something happen, and make something happen now.
Still got that mid lane tower though, so they can at least hide under that for the time being. And now sally out to meet Jlingz. Dragon gonna get started up. Jlingz, they don't need to take this, but they might as well if they can. FGG flashing, looking for an engagement. He isn't gonna be able to find it. Vexix is still untouched on the backside. E-roll takes down Crow. And it's Verdant winning out the fight. The Yone has turned up and provide more damage that Jlingz can deal with. That's a dragon for Verdant. I think they might take the Baron as well.
I'm completely mind blown. Why wouldn't you just trade that for the Baron? You delete Baron. Why would you contest them? You have no vision control there at all. You lose if Varus is able to be flanked. I have so many questions for Jlingz, and Verdant have the answer, and the answer is Drake into Baron, into a significant advantage. We're back to the usual script. Verdant have blown this game up around the neutral objective.
And Nilla was even able to take that tier 2 tower in the mid lane to boot. And when I look at the comp that Verdant have got with the Baron, honestly, I'm feeling a little bit disgusted. Not only have we got that Gwen, who's going to be able to apply that buff in the side lane, we've got a hull breaker Yone. No one can match E-Roll. Jlingz are massively on the back foot.
Yep. Last game, the way that Jlingz would respond to this is with the severe wave clear. Now you do not have that. You have a lot of AP damage. What, the Viego is going to wave clear everything under the tower? Not so much this time around. So Verdant, they're looking to try to end this on a pretty big dive. You can say you have good anti-dive with the ultimates that you have over on the side of Jlingz, but the amount of gold they get for what was a complete ace on that Drake, you'd have to think Verdant are feeling very, very confident, and they're not forced to take aggro immediately at the start of a fight the way that they would have been against your severe composition. So I think that big error by Jlingz there to just go contest Verdant where they're strong and where they're weak when they had much better options, that could end up being the game-deciding decision. Look at the map split happening here. Errol on the bot side here. You only have one more wave before you have to respond to that and split your map up.
Oh, Nilla getting engaged on here. He's going to be able to pop the Nature's Grasp. That's the
Oh!
first reset for Urban, but oh my word! Gwen!
Oh,
Gwen is a champion! That's 2 dead on the side of Jlingz, and with the Baron buff, Verdant are going to push into the base.
Yeah, that works until it didn't. Gwen getting all those snips, blades coming out on towards Rusty Sniper, on towards the carries of Jlingz, and absolutely destroying them, to be honest. Urban is down. That was a big guy that we were looking at in these fights. His reset would call everything. But now Verdant, they're continuing to split them around the map. They're continuing to find advantages. They have so much gold at this point that they can almost do no wrong.
Yeah, and the pace of this game has felt so much more Verdant. It wasn't chaotic in the early stages. Jlingz weren't able to constantly fist fight these guys, and now we're at a point where Verdant are going to be feeling a lot more comfortable. You're in the mid game with strong side laners and an AD carry who is also doing pretty damn well for himself. This is the Verdant that we were expecting to see. This is the Verdant that we know can win a game like this, can win a series like this and progress to a final.
And these kinds of errors from Jlingz, you have to think, right? Those are massive errors in strategy and in tactics from them, and that's the fundamental difference between them and Verdant. It's a fundamental difference that is a difference in fundamentals. The fundamental gameplay from Verdant in Game 1 was brilliant until one error cascaded, but you can still see that the thought processes of how to set up the map are still superior on the Verdant side. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it is definitely superior, and if they rest on those laurels, Jlingz will just hand the game to them, as they have so seen. 303, 407, 314 on the big carries on Verdant's side. Game almost plays itself at this point. Meanwhile, you can't see that big ray of sunshine on Jlingz like you could in Game 1 and Game 2. There's no 4-kill Sivir here or anything like this. There's only death and a Nexus soon to blow.
Verdant still need to make their way into the base. They have not been able to crack any of those inhibitor towers just there. E-Roll, looking for a fight up against Bendix, is going to go back to his cell, but Urban is in the area. Pops that ultimate, but just gets deleted by Urban. They find the pick on the side lane, they find the pick on the Yone, and shut down the split push.
Not going to turn to anything else though, right? But the Drake is coming up in 38 seconds. Errol will not be there for that. He does not have teleport either. So a reset in towards defending bot side before Verdant can make a trade play there. I feel like you're likely to see JL try to enter the river fast and furious and go down swinging. Ultimately, even with Errol coming in under delay, I think Verdant can elongate that fight situation. Gwen is immune, Leona takes ages to die, Maokai is untargetable at points as well. But it is the one play that they realistically have, and if the way they've played the rest of the series says anything, they're going to go for it.
And look at this, Verdant say we don't care about the mid-prio, we need to move into the river, we need to take control of that part of the map, and they catch out Urban. It's almost like they've learnt from what Jlingz were doing right. Jlingz didn't care about mid-priority.
Yep.
They move over to the Dragons of the Take, then Verdant take a page out of their playbook, and they play it absolutely beautifully.
Yep, and you have such an advantage, you don't care about losing that priority immediately. Honestly, you could argue if Jlingz just move forward with that, that just gives you a flank, and you get a team fight that you want. So, very well played there by Verdant. They're setting up the kind of picks Urban was setting on them, and they're doing it to his face. This is not just how you get the game back, but also how you get the mental edge back. Anything you can do, we can do better.
With the Baron in a minute, Verdant will look to take complete control of the top side. You've got 3 items on Bendix now. You've got 3 items on Rusty Sniper. Theoretically, these carries are in a strong position, but they still have to contend with the amount of dive and damage that Verdant can produce. Nilla, he's just going to sit on that side lane in the bottom lane, constantly apply pressure. He knows that he can TP up as soon as his team needs him. And if they don't need him, he's taking the entire base of Jlingz.
100%. This is still a position where Jlingz are relying on Verdant to make an error, but Verdant's composition is quite error-proof. They have all TPs up, they have the ability to respond if anything happens on any one side. And they're like, you know what, our all-in is ridiculously superior right now. Let's go for the Baron. If you try to contest us on this, we absolutely win that fight. No decision we make from this position with this particular setup could be bad. Look at Gwen's position here. She's waiting for the fight. She wants to come in.
And Bendix is gone.
Nilla.
Verdant, they take the Baron, and they might just take Jlingz as well. Flank teleport coming through from Erol to get onto the back line, but I'm not sure if he's even going to arrive into the fight. Flicker flashing for the ultimate as the Gwen will finally drop down, but Verdant will drop everyone else on Jlingz. Samson breathes at the wave to try and take it away, but I think Verdant have taken game 3.
By the time Nilla was taken down, he had already done enough, right? Kill me, he said, for you are only going to kill a busted champion. All the damage had already come out. Samson, the last one to fall. Verdant, this is the kind of game we were expecting from them super early on. Yes, they didn't get the early neutral objectives, but when the game exploded, it exploded on Verdant terms. They played their game, and this time around, they made it look easy.
It was clean, it was controlled, it was what we wanted to see. Verdant take game 3, push themselves to match point, 1 Nexus away from a spot in the final.
Is there lore there? Why was the Fnatic 2020 logo flicked up by Erol? You're the lore guy, you're the Leaguepedia guy here. Like, is there lore there?
Fnatic 2020, I have got absolutely no idea.
Happens.
I think you could be very happy with what happened in that game, regardless. Jlingz didn't feel like Jlingz in that game, and Verdant felt like both teams, honestly, at points. They had that control when they needed it, but they also had that killer instinct that, honestly, they weren't showing in game 1 and 2.
This was definitely a game where Verdant were very, very knowledgeable on the times where they are strong. They waited for those times. They played to those instances. They didn't blow up the game early. And this time around, Jlingz, they did actually get some advantages we thought could maybe turn to something. Every single Drake was theirs for the first 3, but the moment Verdant were online, they were aware that they were online. They didn't let them get any more. To me, it all comes down to that decision to go contest that 4th Drake, right? Why would you ever do that with your composition there? You could just trade for the Baron. If you traded for the Baron, you're in a much better position. It's not soul point for them. It's not soul for them. It could be soul for you, yes, but go for that Baron every time. Give up that one chem, and that's how you win the game. Verdant, they just kept making more correct decisions for longer. They were the better team, and Nilla did so much damage on that Gwen. I'd actually be really interested in the stat line there for Nilla and Erol. I wonder how much of the early play for Aphelios might take over on that one, because he was very fed early from those repeat dives,
he
right?
was.
But Nilla felt to me like once 20 minutes happened, they didn't have a response to this guy, right? He gets into the fights, suddenly health bars evaporate across the board, and there's almost no good decision left for Jlingz. Their only good decision would be to not fight, but they weren't disciplined enough to not do that. That's how they've been winning games. They've just been fighting when no one else would, and it's been working for them. This time around, Verdant were prepared at every single point.
And we said before this game that the Azir was a guaranteed win for Verdant. Turns out that's even the case if it's played against them. We are going to be jumping to a short break, but stick around. Verdant on match point for a spot in the Aurora Cup final. Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to semi-finals of the Aurora Cup. Verdant, 1 win away from a date with Destiny with fourth wall in the grand final. Jlingz now well and truly on the back foot like they haven't been before in this series, facing down elimination.
Yep, and I mean, Jlingz, they have made them bleed, right? It is 1 and 2. That is the first time Verdant in this whole tournament have looked at it and seen a 1 score on the other side. So there is still a way that Jlingz can play, but it's very much been if Verdant let them have it, right? And Verdant did not let them have it last game at all. They were cool, calm, collected, and most importantly, controlled. And they controlled Jlingz right the way to the Nexus, immediately in towards draft phase here. Very interesting. So probably the same bans being leveled against Snilla. Jax, Rumble, and probably the Nocturne ban against Snilla again. Yep, Jax immediately banned. Interesting, the Rumble wasn't the first ban there. Jarvan being removed. They don't believe that a Rumble ban is real, maybe? Because if you let the Rumble through now, they don't get the Jarvan Rumble combo. And that could be something that Jlingz are thinking we do have responses to. If you have anything strange prepped, you do it now. This is your last chance, right? You don't want to leave this draft phase with regrets.
Not at all. And if we're slamming Kha'Zix Orianna in game 1, then I'm very hopeful for some crazy stuff going down. Every single game this series, Jlingz have banned the Jax, the Nocturne, and the Rumble, and it's not going to change for game 4. They just place way too much value on those picks, and Verdant insta-lock the Azir for reroll.
This is the game, right? You win this game, you win the whole thing. I really hope you have an anti-Azir pick. They were deciding if they go with the anti-Rumble composition or the anti-Azir composition there, and they chose the anti-Rumble one. The Jarvan ban doesn't matter too much. In fact, it actually gives you more opportunities to go stuff like the Vel'Koz, like the Xerath, these traditional counters in towards the Azir. But there are other things you can do. Kai'Sa is one. Tristana is one. The jungle pick will tell us a lot. The fact that it's not Maokai but is Lee means we're likely to see one of these artillery mages more than any of the other picks that I've talked about. Urban on that Lee, by the way, he did upset natives on it, right? Spam ganking towards top side. Corki is there, such a classic, by the way. I would have expected Corki if the enemy locked in Jarvan. I bet it does have the mega long range that you would want, and I doubt they play the true counters to Corki. Pike by Crow being locked in. Massive, a Pike Lee Sin kill combo going around the map. That's something to fear.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that characterized a lot of last game was that Verdant were able to dissuade, were able to prevent Jlingz from aggressing onto them, from forcing those crazy fights that Jlingz have been able to find advantages from. And Verdant are just slamming Samira Nautilus. Okay, we are gonna get action.
The Cassia is now being hovered, because if you're going with the Samira, you're going with a very heavy all-in composition, and they're saying, we see what you're going to do, we're going to match that with this is what you did the first game to us when we committed to all-in so early on, but this is much more playable for this is the combo. The Lee Sin Olaf combo is what Jlingz did in towards natives, and it snowballed very heavy early on, very cheesy ganks coming out of the Lee Sin to do it. And the Olaf doesn't really care about a lot of things he's seeing right now except for that big Azir wall, so I'm still not seeing the response. Maybe I am, though. That Cassio hover has turned into a Cassio ban. The whole time in the back of my head I've been thinking, what if this Pike is in mid lane? It would lead to a full AD topside, Seekers, Ninja Tabbies, all that good stuff, but it has been in the back of my head.
I mean, elimination game, it's the time to do something like this, but even if it's not necessarily a mid lane pick, whoever's playing the Pike is going to be super active on map, and Jlingz are specifically attacking Nille with this composition, which is not something that I expected them to do. Samson's been on tank duty for the last 2 games, but he's going to have a lot more carry onus regardless of what the last 2 picks Jlingz have.
For sure, I'm really interested in this next ban. I feel like the Cassio ban was a bait. I think they want to go Artillery Mage anyway. The Karthus ban is a very good ban. With Pyke, with Lee Sin, with Olaf, my god, you'd be overloading topside at every point after 5:30 in the game. So I do like the Karthus ban for sure. You could also be doing Pyke mid with Karthus on bot lane, or Pyke Karthus bot lane duo. So it is a good ban. There's a lot of combinations that are open for it. So let's see what they end up doing. Zeri here, we'll find out where the Pyke goes on last. We'll find out where the mid pick goes on last. The issue with Xerath into Azir is not the Xerath into Azir matchup, it's the other things they could formulate in towards that Xerath. You bypass that issue by forcing them to pick now. If they preemptively pick things good into Xerath, you probably have a much better mid pick now against everything that they do.
But just looking at this Zeri lock-in, I'm a little bit worried for Rusty Sniper in this situation, because you see the Samira, you see the Nautilus. This is a combo that is so excellent at getting on top of an AD carry, and Zeri is not great in the early stages. It feels like Verdant are pulling out all the stops, though. We're going to have Snille on the Poppy once again. He absolutely wrecked Ruddy with this pick, and I feel like Verdant, over the course of this series, have shown so many different flavors of composition, so many different styles of play, and the Camille is open, and we're going to see it from Nilla.
So a heavy all-in composition, 100% from them. Olaf can match Camille at early stages of the game, especially if he goes Ignite. He could even win a straight-up 1v1 level 1 against her. Very interesting to see where they go from here. Neeko is indeed a pick that you can do in towards the Azir, but I think Azir is actually good in towards Neeko. So a lock on that would have me locking Verdant on a 3-1 here. It is going to be the Neeko. I think this is a Verdant 3-1. The full process behind the Neeko is not going to be for lane. It's when Camille goes in, when Samira goes in, the Neeko presses R, and she dissuades all of that all in by that. But Errol has a more than playable lane here. I really love the Azir in this particular circumstance. The Poppy into all of that all in as well, I really like. I think Verdant have won draft here for sure. And with some spicy picks and some comfort picks.
Yeah, it just feels like holistically, there's a bit more going on here. Jlingz do have that explosive element to them.
Yes.
If you're finding a skirmish in mid-game, it's probably not just going to be 1 kill. It's probably going to be 2, 3, 4, right? And if you can get successive fights like that, then you're going to do much better against the composition, which maybe we're looking at as superior. But if you don't fight those fights, if they go badly, you end up playing with a Pyke who's not slowballed, and that is not a real champion.
I mean, they for sure could just overload topside with this Pyke, with this Olaf, with this Lee, and just keep doing that sacking bot, do it like old K-Corp were doing it, right? And that's a viable way to play out this, where the enemy is going to then lose tempo on the map, and you can try to play hard through that. Verdant are putting a lot on them. Their fundamentals with that lead have to be on point, and they haven't been the team that's being on point fundamentally. That's always being Verdant. So I feel like that's still potentially a waiting to lose scenario. It's a very, very strong Verdant setup, right? It's because it's not just about how the composition should go. It's that I have Nille on Camille and Errol on Azir. I mean, these are their mains. These are pretty much one-shots for them.
And even Flicker, right, a player who hasn't appeared in the NLC before, is very, very aggressive the way that he likes to play. So the Samira, I feel like it fits perfectly into that role. And it's not like Verdant are going to have any massive points this game where their composition is weak, right? This Samira is going to be able to provide a threat. And, I mean, just forget about it if this game goes past 30 minutes. Azir and Camille, like, that's their playground.
Unless you're able to hard split them around the map, I really don't see any way that they're going to win a straight 5-on-5, right? They never win a 5-on-5. They have to split them around the map. Has to be an intelligent level of play from Jlingz, or you just go hyper-aggressive at one point, throw them entirely off in their 5-man composition, pray that it goes like it went 24 minutes into game 1, or for pretty much the entirety of game 2.
Oh boy, Veteran, it looks
this would
like
be something like that. Yeah,
we are going to be getting another patented Jlingz level 1. I mean, you've got the Pyke, you've got the Lee Sin, you've got the Olaf. This is absolutely disgusting, not just in terms of your damage, but in terms of your ability to lock down one of the guys on the enemy team. Unfortunately for Jlingz, are going to be spotted on this Tribush ward making their way in.
Cannot believe Jlingz managed to get that patent out on the level 1s, man. That court case is going to be going for a while. They aren't able to find any, though, right? Verdant, They've studied your game, all right? They are now familiar with your game, and they aren't being caught out. It's a Pyke level 1. You should expect this. It's a Lee level 1. You should expect this. They're able to face check. They're able to do all that good jazz level 1. What you are going to see, though, is a map split. I would assume this will end up with a diagonal jungle path, Urban from bot side in towards his own top side, because you definitely don't want to leave this Olaf with full combat summoners alone on the map split topside situation.
Ooh. So Samson sees that Snille hasn't started up on the red, but he's taking the enemy chickens instead, so they don't have information that Poppy is actually starting on the top side, and if Urban goes for that diagonal path, goes towards his raptors, his red, he's going to find very little there.
Yeah, pretty much at this point, you have to get a successful play on towards the Azir and be able to kill Poppy on top side. This will be a contest there. Kind of difficult to do from this particular circumstance, but that is what needs to be done. It does look like, though, he's ending his path on towards bot side, so I would love to see the wave on top there to know if a slow push is happening. The initial play, though, likely to be bot side from Jlingz. If Verdant respond top side, though, Olaf is kind of out the game here. He can't just TP back and absorb the wave. He'll lose all of that. He'll lose level 6 advantage, and Camille will just immediately kill him again 5 minutes into the game.
I love that little the mind game from FGG, expecting a hook to be thrown out at some point, so tries to Spider Nautilus himself away. Nille?
Yeah, he's trying to get
from a Snille gank in just a moment. Samson playing patiently.
Yeah.
And after seeing the red buff, he goes back in, gets slammed against the wall and has to flash away.
Absolutely massive.
That's a big summoner spell burn in the 1v1.
He pretty much has to TP as well, and Lee is nowhere near there to be able to defend him from a potential dive on next. He did, however, get the ward off, so he knows Poppy has left. It would have to be Nille diving in 1v1, but Nille has TP. I think taking the death here as Nille would be fine, and there's many ways you could play this where you don't even die at all. I think there's zero reason for Nille not to just turn this into a straight dive.
Or Snille could turn up and make it an outnumbered dive.
That's why I said
Samson going forward, aggressive, but he's going to be taken down for sure. Gets the shield, not quite shoved against the wall, but first blood for Nille Camille is not what you want to see if you're a Jlingz fan.
Yep, that map split has turned into a combat Sun Samson just straight up dying. He's going to try to catch midsection. If Crow can maybe hold this wave, he might not lose that much. If he can get this entire wave here with Urban and Crow defending it. I do like Pyke into Azir at this particular point. There are ways he could potentially play it. You just want to hold this for Olaf, otherwise everything was all for naught.
Rusty Sniper is in hook range of FGG, but that map is bereft of vision for Verdant for the time being, and they'll see Crow return it to the bottom side of F. Bro, Nille's got a sheen off his first back. This is awful for the Olaf. Jlingz already in a little bit of a recovery mode here.
Yeah, Snille down here. The wave, though, is good for Rusty to just ignore this.
Yeah, but not if they go all out.
He does!
Crow gonna pull back Flicker under the tower and forces the Samira to actually flash back away. So, yeah, a play that could have gone better for Verdant on the bottom side.
Huh. Yeah, if it wasn't for the Azir, this would actually be a really good Singe game. You would, no?
For whom?
For Crow.
Okay, bro, I don't like what you're cooking here.
I mean, it would, no?
You say no like it's a very obvious statement that you've just made.
It's played in like Lehens plays it, you know.
I mean, Lehens is also very, very good.
Yeah, you know, it's a Singe 1 trick.
Well, he hit like rank 1, like playing Singe support.
Yeah.
On career.
Nice. Yeah, I mean,
nice.
I just when Pyke managed to queue Flicker into the tower, that was a very Singe thing to do there. You'd always wait for that moment where you can flip them in towards tower there and nab the kill on a minion dying or something like this. Then I also realised how good he'd be here if he wouldn't have to tank the Azir the entire fight, you know? Actually, pretty good situation for him. It would be doing better than Pyke would when he meets that Poppy later on. Right?
Unfortunately, there is not a Singe in this game. There is a level 6 Nille, though. Urban waiting in the wings, and yeah, he's just going to reveal himself, try and ensure that Samson's going to get the push out on this wave. But Snille is here as well. And without level 6, that Olaf is so easy to jump on top. A minion taxi coming through from Sniller. There goes the Hextech ultimatum. Shield comes through. Stun still landing onto the Olaf. And it's another kill for Nilla in the top side. Do you know what's worse than a 1-0 Camille? 2-0 Camille. Urban still going aggressive though, trying to get one back for his team. But he's in a 2v1. He's going to be able to take out Sniller. Nilla may look to respond though, but decides against it.
Yeah, I mean, this was the big error there by having that combat summoner Olaf on top side fully alone. With the TP that Nilla had, even if he hadn't got the HP down, it would have been fully worth him to dive and go 1-for-1, because at this point, level 6 for level 5, and that one wave on mid wasn't enough to catch Olaf back up. Level 6 for level 5, you will always win that 2v2. If Olaf doesn't get CC chained there like he did, that could have easily been a death for Sniller. That could have been additional HP from Triumph for the Olaf. That fight could have turned completely the other direction, but not to be.
Well, FGG actually opting into the fight against Crow. He's using the Hail Blaze to deal a fair bit of damage down onto the enemy horse, and then, of course, can heal his way back up. Sans another Bone Skewer here. And actually, Rusty Sniper's been able to do a pretty good job of CSing in the bot lane. A sizable advantage over Flicker. It might not be for much longer, though, if he's going to get pulled in. Crow on the ever-so-slippery pike, able to get himself out of there.
Yeah, big though, right? If you're winning bot side while your Camille maining carry top laner is 2-0, then this looks like a very, very safe game, especially since you do win out on the 5v5s by composition.
Oh, Hexash coming through from FGG. He's going to hook a minion, but it may not matter. Snille finds the shove back onto Crow. Rusty Sniper has to flash away. Urban is here with the level 6, with the kick on top of FGG. Boots him in the head, makes him dead.
Yep, I mean, take your wins where you can. You do have kills on towards Lee, and Lee can translate that advantage into every lane earlier than the Camille can. So Urban, it's on him to make something happen with this. I'm not just talking about a Drake. I'm not just talking about getting some nice camp clears. He needs to make aggression happen in these lanes, but he isn't the guy with the all-in team, right? This is the big thing. You need to still be trying to make plays away from Sniller, or only make plays on Verdant when they extend.
First Dragon has been up for a little while, and neither team has made a firm commitment towards it. I think that's probably a consequence of the amount of fighting that we've seen on the top and on the bottom side of the map. Fairly even thus far, but again, we are seeing the split gold advantages. Topside going really, really well for Verdant. Jlingz once again winning out in bot. Flicker trying to change that though, going aggressive onto Crow, but without that level 6, the Samira doesn't have as much kill potential.
I mean, later on, okay, if you're looking at the Azir and the Samira right now, any damage you think they do, just add on what you think that Camille does, because the Camille is going to be flanking in every single one of these fights, and it is going to be monstrous. And the initial fight, you have to think they're going to force it on an early Camille item spike versus Olaf still on components. That's going to be a massive deal for how it goes, which is why so much is on Urban to make some kind of acceleration play happen. But where can he realistically do that, right? You still have a P shooter on the Zeri. You have Nico into a disengaging Azir that has 50 billion dashes. The options aren't really there for him. So that dual combo of Lee Sin, of Pike, you need that to be able to catch someone extending, right? They think they may have found that opportunity on bot lane.
Rusty Sniper going to pop the ult, reveal the game a little bit early. Crow gets away from the hook and pulls back FGG. That Nautilus finds a watery grave, courtesy of Crow.
And that is exactly the kind of thing you want your kill composition to do. They didn't burn FGG's flash. FGG just accepted his fate and is saving it for later on team fight. That translates to a Drake, but crucially, it does translate into a kill. Yes, it's on the Pike, but the Pike execution range can be a big difference maker and can cascade into so much in later fights. And he has a little bit of cooldown reduction on the Cloud. Yes, that's copium, guys. But Jlingz have to take their wins when they can. Alright, it's a very difficult game for them. It's brilliant they were able to get anything at all.
Oh no, Samson, you've seen this one before. A 2-level difference in favour of Nilla. The Ragnarok going to be popped. But Verdant, they just back away. They see the ult dropped and they know that they can re-engage with ease. The flash saves Samson for but a moment. But Bendix and Crow are here to pick up Nilla. The flash over the wall is going to keep him alive. The stun into the wall from Stiller disengages for his Camille. And Verdant get out without losing a single person.
Poppy, is she the shield of Demacia? I swear something like that.
I don't know.
She's
got a big hammer, and she makes it impossible for you to jump on top of her
but doing
carries.
her job, right? Absolutely protecting her people right there. That is the big issue Pike's going to come into later on, that Lee's going to come into later on, that pretty much everyone but Olaf's going to come into later on. Olaf has bigger issues right now, being 0-3, 3 kills down and 30 CS behind. That's a lot of frees. So the current advantages they have, they aren't on people that have a way of dealing with such a beefy juggernaut as Poppy with the tools that she has in her kit.
Yeah, and you do look across from Samson. Nilla has already got that Divine Sunderer, and there are still 4 plates on that top lane tower. It's not like Nilla has just been pushing Samson in and getting those when he can. He's just been straight up killing this guy, and for the next 2 minutes, he's going to have so much of an advantage to grab that additional golden. Oh, Stilla's here again, Samson. You're really not going to have fun, mate.
No, I mean, Samson's kind of used to this by now. He's just in the mindset that he was playing Ornn, although obviously later on he'll realize he definitely was not playing Ornn. This is still all off of that early decision to be match switching towards bot side with no real control. At least they're trying to defend him here, but playing defensive around, you're already behind Olaf. Going even here, that doesn't really help out. That helps out the Camille. The Camille is the one on the Divine Sunderer right now. You're on item components. Nilla gets to a 2 item. That's still going to be brilliant for him. Right now, I think as Verdant, you want to force a fight with Nilla, with that level of advantage you have, and that's going to translate that advantage on towards Samira, and that's going to turn into an almost insurmountable lead.
Yeah, because you look at bot lane, it's actually been going in Jlingz' favour for the most part until it gets turned around. That's damn stylish from Thicker, but Rusty Sniper still able to get one and backing away. The kiting ability of the Zeri is immense. And
30!
Just about high enough to survive.
Yeah, 30 HP right there. I thought for sure he was dead. I mean, you'll take that one, right? You have to take your advantages where you can. 1-0-2 now, Rusty Sniper. He is actually distinctly ahead. I guess there is a route.
And maybe if we see Urban pay a little bit of attention towards that bot side, get this Zeri to an accelerated point early, that's an angle that Jlingz can play through. But you're already seeing how awfully the top side of the map is going for them. Only 1 tower, only 1 plate left on that top tower, only 1 plate left on the mid lane tower. They're trying to set up for a play onto E-roll, but he's playing as it. He's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, nothing to worry about whatsoever, and he's on his biggest comfort champions, and with that and Poppy, you have to think, whether they come into neutral objectives second or first, they always have the option. Poppy's just going to knock everyone away with the hammer and create a team fight. Numbers of advantage for her team if they come in second to those objectives, and if they come in first, Pike, Nico, Lee, they all have to get through that W from the Popster, and one of them is going to become a fairly free pick. You're about to see our lovely faces. What's up, guys?
Hello, how are we doing? Are we enjoying the games? I hope we're enjoying the games. They've been pretty good.
Verdant fans will love this game, right?
Yeah, no,
because this game is going in their favour.
This feels like quintessential Verdant. This feels like spring split Verdant almost, when they were a little bit of this surprise package, particularly coming through into the playoffs, going on that run. And again, it's coming from the top lane. It's coming from Nilla, this guy who has honestly, by and large, been the best player that the NLC has had this year.
I mean, definitely arguments can be made for that. I think this is the classic Nilla game. This is the Nilla we were talking about before spring when we were doing our tier lists. We expect them to have this carry on the top side that they play around, and Snilla has played heavily around him this game, right? You had the gank on Olaf initially, you had the redive on Olaf, and they keep matching him on all of these good timings. This is how we expected Verdant to be building around and playing around Nilla. It's great that this could be one of the... No way.
I mean, E-roll going to be able to summon the Sun Dish there, going under the tower.
Lee?
Urban going to pop over the wall, gets the kick, gets the kill.
Okay, so Nico is on the board, picking up that bounty from the Azir. Azir does get the tower, though. That does open up the map. That does open up routes to control jungle. That does make it much harder for Jlingz to pass safely. So, still big advantages for Verdant, but, you know, a kill on Nico, not too shabby. Take advantages where you can get. I'm not going to try to diminish that. Their carries right now, 100, 102 versus 010 and 101. Ignore the fact that Camilla's 3-0. You can probably just one-shot you right now. Just completely ignore that. And you know what? It looks like a decently winnable position.
Jlingz going to be starting up this Drake as Bendix TP's in and is completely caught out Sniller. The hook into the snare combo, wasn't expecting it, gets taken down.
Okay, they're making plays away from Nilla, but Nilla did have TP. I would have thought that they would try to coalesce their advantage on towards bot side, send Nilla down there and go for the play, but Sniller dying so early may have caused them to double think that if JL do keep finding plays away from Nilla, then... Okay, is there separate pronunciation between Sniller and Nilla?
No, you just got to grin and bear it, unfortunately, mate.
It happens.
2-level advantage. It really is getting quite
You know what I'll
disgusting.
never forgive Sprattle for? I'll never forgive Sprattle for changing his name to Promiscue when we were on H2K. Because on H2K, we had at one point Smithy, Shook, Selfie, Sheriff, and then if we had Sprattle, it was full S-tier team, and then he changed his name to Promiscue.
P-tier doesn't even exist, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's not even a thing.
But also, he just broke the combo. It was just going to be all S's. It was just perfect. So now, love Promiscue. Why, like, but you can mean Promiscue. That's like Promiscue. Like, it writes itself. Like, why would you...
It's so good. It's so good.
I know.
Interesting.
Now, here I have
decision-making.
Nille, Snille, Erole, you know?
Irrele?
And you flicker an FGG to get there, you know? Yeah. The full...
Vagilla? Like, I think we're
full
stretching a little
LLE
bit with
teams.
those.
But like, yeah, just change your bot lane, find 2 people with LLE at the end, right? And you've got a really nice combo there of names, no? I know nothing's gonna happen for a bit, guys.
Incredible
right?
roster building.
Compositions, it can't
Incredible
happen.
roster building.
You already have Nilla. Do you really need anything else? You already have
mean,
Nilla, you know?
I mean, maybe not. He's on 2 items already, and it feels really strange the way that we've been talking about this game because we've been hyping up Nilla so much, but the gold is even. Pretty much. Jlingz have the dragon advantage, but you're just looking at this Camille in the top lane, you're just thinking that is an inevitable threat that Jlingz will have to answer at some point, and at the moment, there is no one that can do that.
Yeah, they're choosing to ignore the threat for now, and that is what they should do. They made their plays around bot side with Nilla's top side. They're trying to make sure that they don't engage against where all the gold is on Verdant, and if they do that, they are technically in with a gold lead right now. If they can burn Nilla's TP here, that would be great, but if they commit in a way where Nilla can come in, that would be terrible. And they're not over-committing. If they go straight on the Azir there...
Look at this. It's 3 members towards the bot side. Verdant can summon the Herald in the mid lane, and there's no one opposing Nilla in the top side, and I think this is where it starts to become a little bit more difficult. If you aren't making that play successfully onto the other side of the map, then Verdant will just win.
Yeah, this is how I'm used to Nilla carrying. He's 3-0 from early game, right? And now he is that beast on top side you have to ignore and make plays on the other side. But as long as Nilla keeps up this pressure, you don't have very much time to make plays. Nilla's in this fight.
Trying to make one here, though. It's around the Camille, and it's going well for the time being. They've already taken 2 down. And Rusty Sniper is popping off. They're going to pull an E-roll into the fight, but he's taken so much damage here. Urban kicks him away, but he's still able to shuffle over the wall.
My God!
It's not going to keep him alive, but Jlingz have found 3 kills in this fight, completely unanswered.
So they saved Nilla by having the W up the entire time. Lee could have queued on towards Nilla and given Crow what he wants, which is a reset. Crow's going for it, though.
This is risky, over-aggressive potentially from Jlingz. They get caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
Rusty?
And Nilla cuts it off. Rusty Sniper gets one more for himself. This Zeri starting to pop off.
Okay, that was into Nilla, but Nilla was not able to get his damage down on the key targets. Rusty Sniper's now 3-0-4. Nico's still 1-0-1. Lee is 3-0-3. The Pyke was removed at the very end of that fight, but he was still able to be a critical character throughout most of it. That must have given Jlingz a lot of confidence.
And it keeps happening. It keeps happening. We think that Verdant are in a position where they can push forward and claim that advantage. They did it so beautifully in our previous game, but Jlingz showing that tenacity, that refusal to give up, that meant that they were the first team in this entire tournament to take a game off Verdant. We are even at the 20-minute marks. We've got Baron up, and we've got a soul point for Jlingz in 30 seconds.
You must be excited, Middlecom, as the man who said 3-2 Verdant. It's actually looking like a distinct possibility, but I'm going to have to throw a curveball in the final part of your prediction there. If Verdant lose here, they've lost with the best case scenario for their 2 solo lane carries.
And going into game 5, where it's all blind pick, what does that mean for you? Well, it means, for the time being, movements towards the dragon.
Wait, blind him up pick?
Against this, it's, yeah,
Get me to game 5, please! I have strategies!
Well, I think Verdant will be determined to not allow that to happen. Jlingz is still going to move into the pit. Bendix gets one with the ultimate. Suddenly going to try and knock someone back.
Reset.
Already a reset for Crow. Taking down FTG. But going into the back line will find Bendix. Gets taken down himself, though. And it is another winning fight for Jlingz. The bottom side of Verdant has been wiped away. And Nille, the only one left unkilled.
It's like watching myself play, minus Samson. Just gonna leave that there.
But it's post 20 minutes. The Baron is available. There is no way that Verdant can contest this. I mean, and despite all the comfort picks in the skirmishes, Jlingz are just better.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only way to be saying it. Man of the match right now, though, for me, like, yes, you have the Rusty Sniper story. Like, oh, wait, sorry. Nille's like man of the match. Sorry, I heard myself.
Yeah, no, he's trying to find Crow out here.
Ignite!
Isn't going to be able to do that. He's forced to back away. The Baron is going to be secured. Oh! Go for a kick through onto E-roll. Puts him into the pit. Puts him into a grave. And Jlingz, even after fumbling the early game, find advantages. Nille going in once more. Sele trying to find knockups, but Bendix fights 3 with a Pop Blossom. Flicker, though, undissuaded, going forward to his doom. And the Ragnarok rolling Samson is absolutely fine. Another kill for Crow on the pike. What is going on?
Oh, and he can execute the R flash over the wall. So the way that the R is coded from pike, the center point of it, wherever on the either side of the wall is close, is where you're going to end up landing. So what he did there was he pressed R on the middle there, knowing that the tail of it would be on Poppy, but because of that, it counted as an accurate R, so it landed him on the other side of the wall there. So that's a really neat trick that experienced pike players have. Apparently, actually, that makes sense of his name though. Crow is a very experienced pike player, right? But what's happening here is that the Lee and the Pike do both do something that we haven't really talked about much. They do give moments of isolation within fights. They both have drags, they both have displacements. They can both set that up, and both of their drags do give the burst possible for the reset to then occur on towards the Pike. Isolate into reset. We normally see full compositions based around this, but you can do it with just 2 picks. So, very, very well thought out by Jlingz. It still shouldn't be that possible. A full 5-man composition by Verdant should still be winning this, but they're losing just enough that Jlingz are now snowballing. And absolute shout-outs to Urban. He has been playing every single fight as if he must play this one with no regrets, as if it's possibly the last fight of his career, and it's been working out for him. He has not lost any confidence since that Vi game. Since the Vi game he did actually turn around for his team. Since the Kha'Zix game that he almost turned around for his team. He's coming up absolutely huge. I'm feeling this as a Urban versus Nille series.
Game 5, a distinct possibility in series. You've still got Nille pushing on the side, and there's still no one that can match him on the side of Jlingz, but it just doesn't seem to matter. They're so great at forcing these fights, forcing these engages that Verdant aren't able to respond to. The Baron is going to be falling off in just a little moment. They've got a soul in a minute and a half, and if that fight goes well, I think we're at game 5 already.
I mean, what the way that this composition should work, Errol on this Azir should be this focal point to get DPS down, should be protected by the Poppy, should be protected by the Nautilus, and with enough DPS down, Camille Samira just go in and take names, but it hasn't been happening this way. Someone gets caught, and right now, it looks like it could be happening again. That threat, at the very least, pushes pushes Errol and Flicker off towards the side there. It's now a two-man there for Nautilus and Jungle for Nilla on side. They are already split just by the movement forward there by Jlingz. They're moving now back in towards the Drake pit. 40 seconds, another wave before this contest, which could give Jlingz their second soul of the series against the typically neutral objective dominant team of Verdant.
Shout out to Samson as well, right? What a recovery he's had in these fights. 0-3 at the start of the game, and if that happens to an Olaf, usually I'm saying it's over. You're playing a 4v5 now, there isn't a champion. But he's been able to get involved, he's been able to find these fights, and he's had 2 kills, 4 assists since he last died. Snille stunning the clone. It's getting a little bit tasty, it's getting a little bit tempestuous. 5 members of Verdant in this bot side. Rusty Sniper joining the rest of his squad.
Urban has GA. Urban has GA coming into this fight, actually, and a stopwatch on Rusty Sniper will enable much more aggressive play from him. They do have really good tools here. Only one stopwatch on towards Nilla. Nilla wants to be able to play as aggressively as possible in this fight, and Lord knows he has to.
That's a knockback onto work, but the jungler is out of the equation for Jlingz, and Verdant see that as the go button. They're going to be able to pick up the Drake, deny the soul, but can Jlingz find a fight? It looks likely. FGG is already dead, and here comes Urban. Erol scoops back one with the slide and glide. Flicker trying to do something with the Samira, but it doesn't look likely. Nilla is still alive. He's still full HP. He's got the Divine Center. He's got a triple kill, and he is carrying Verdant, kicking and screaming through these fights. Urban on the run, but he's not going to be able to escape. Surely going to pop into that GA and become a 4th kill for Nilla in this fight.
Yep, he was going to have 2 lives in that fight, but instead Snille said you're not going to be in this fight whatsoever, and everything was decided by the time he came in. There was no more potential to get the damage down on Nilla, and Nilla 8-0-2 now. Didn't even burn that stopwatch. The next team fight, all these team fights should theoretically be easy for Verdant, but on the next one, Nilla can play so absolutely aggressive and will get such a massive amount of damage down. If you have to play into a full 5-man, no matter how the rest of them play, Nilla can do it himself.
Full Holdbreaker off the reset. Yes.
Bloody hell.
That's not going to provide as much value in the 5v5s, but honestly, this Camille is absolutely terrifying regardless. What this does mean, that if they get a Baron, if they get a split push going with this guy, he's even more unstoppable, and genuinely, Jlingz can't play towards him.
Verdant are coming out on the map first here. They know they'll have control of Baron, so they know Nilla will have the time to create a pressure point on towards bot side. Jlingz should be fine trading Baron for bot inhib, but that isn't a choice with the setup that Verdant have here. They can delay anything on Baron until Nilla, until Nilla is pretty much already on the Nexus. Jlingz, they have to do this now. They have absolutely no choice but to do this now.
Teleport is available for Nilla if Verdant choose to pull it, but it doesn't look like they are. Poppy, going to knock back 2 as Samson is just trying to buy time going after Flicker, and he's actually going to be able to go 1-for-1 with him.
They have to interrupt.
Maybe shouldn't have happened. FGG going to flash over the wall, not quite able to interrupt the recall coming through from Crow.
Trying to end the game.
Urban should be dying here. That bot lane inhib going down, and 2 kills in favor of Verdant.
So this is theoretically fine, so long as... Wow. It's not being the best game for you as a FGG. This is theoretically fine if Jlingz are able to run it straight down bot lane here. Baron minions beat inhibitor minions every single time, which is why that trade's good. But if they did that Baron any time later than the wave in which they did it, Nilla would have just ended the game. So it was still a very, very good setup by Verdant. Jlingz had to be on point. They lost so many people for that. They could have easily lost more. That could have been the game. That was the one play available to Jlingz. They saw the opportunity and they took it. So hats off to them for that. But now they have to capitalize on it. They have to send everybody bot side. They have to turn this into a bot inhib down. And only then will they be allowed to use the Baron to play the rest of the map. Which means that on the first pass, Jlingz can only hope to equalize the map rather than take the lead.
And I think a key result of that fight was a little bit of gold falling in Erol's pocket. He's not had the best time of the Azir, of his comfort pick, of one of his most signature champions, but he's been able to get towards 3 items now, has now completed that. Zhonya's going to provide a load more safety in these fights. This is so damn close. Verdant still behind theoretically in this game, but the later it goes, we're post 30 minutes, it's anyone's.
It still feels like a Verdant win. It's always felt like on every setup Verdant should be able to claim a win on it. Jlingz make just enough work to delay death for a little bit longer, but with that inhibitor down and with the fact that I'm not seeing Jlingz run it straight up bot lane here, they're just using a Baron to stall rather than get a huge advantage. They weren't able to claim the soul in the last fight, and I don't think they're going to be in a position to take that soul now without Nille getting double inhibitor, and then the Baron is truly worthless.
I think you can trade one for it, and that's fine, but as soon as the second falls down, the amount of pressure that you have to respond to on the map becomes a little bit overwhelming. Still though, Jlingz, if they find that pick with the Lee Sin, with the Pyke combination, someone's getting one shot on Verdant. And I don't think...
Yeah, go on.
No, you're fine, bro.
One thing that Jlingz's composition is unanimously is annoying. Right? The Pyke is annoying, the Lee is annoying, the Olaf is annoying, the Nico is very, very annoying, and that has gotten them some nice advantages when you wouldn't otherwise think that they could do it. People end up out of position, baited very, very easily. Just don't estimate Pyke's true range enough, which is like 2 screens away. But now, with the amount of power Nille have, it feels like Verdant can make these mistakes.
Oh, it's a dive under tab Bendix!
Half the HP just
gets
vanished.
the stun, but it doesn't matter. And now Jlingz really are on a timer. There was no one responding to Nille at the moment. They're going for a fight against Verdant for the Mountain Soul. And if they don't get this, it could be curtains for them. It could be curtains for their Aurora cut run. Flicker's still alive. He's going to be able to pop that GA down onto Crow.
Pyke's alive.
But Erol buying time. The Dragon is not going down. The Azir is going to be popping into his grave. It's a 2-2 thus far. FGG is just trying to buy time. Scylla is just trying to buy time. Nille is onto the Nexus Towers. He puts his team on his back and he carries them all the way to the Aurora Cup final.
I respect the decision that they made there. It was the only decision they could, but they were not fast enough. Those stopwatches, both from them and their opponents, delayed that long enough for Nille to evaporate with the Hull Breaker, with the Divine Sunderer. It was gone. They didn't get anything at that Baron. They had to run it straight down bot. They had very few opportunities after Nille went 8 kills and 0. And we end up ending all of this. Our time in the NLC is over this year, Middlecott, with a classic Nille game. It ends where it began. We were talking about this in the initial roster lineups. This was the classic Nille carry. Man plonks himself on side with a miraculous amount of kills and just ends the game.
Yeah, for the MVP graphic that needs to come up, to come up on Twitter. Okay, well, we know that typically you ask us for 3 different players. It's Nille, 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 man. Yeah. This guy was a different level. I don't think I've seen a hard carry, that hard carry in the NLC this entire year.
Yeah, and he was fully prepared to go the distance on that 4-0 fight, right? He had the stopwatch, he was ready to do everything he could, but he took everything that Jlingz were willing to give him. And you know what? He just ran into the Nexus with it at the end there. Absolutely full confidence. This is the kind of Nille that we were expecting to see super early on. So glad we got to see it at the end here. And at every single game after the first one, he was the big threat, right? He was the 4-0 Aatrox, right? That everybody had to play around. In the second game, he was the Gwen, right? And doing a lot of damage in all of those fights. And in this game, he was far and away the MVP at the most crucial moment that Verdant needed him to be so. Commiserations to Jlingz. They took a game. More than anyone else has done off of Verdant.
And I think beyond the game, they took Verdant to the limit.
Oh, yeah.
It took a 9-0 Camille backdooring Nexus Towers to close out this series, whilst Verdant were at like a 10-kill disadvantage or something. And I feel like we need to emphasize this. It's important that we make it clear. This was not a case of Verdant slipping up. This was Jlingz playing to a level that I I predicted 3-2, but I didn't expect from a team coming out of Div 3. This was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I wish we could see more of them middle comp. I really do. Like, I wasn't expecting that much from Jlingz, right? But we got a lot from them. They should be very, very proud. There are worlds where this series was a 3-0 in their favor. There were worlds where they pulled it off. But Verdant, their fundamentals were just solid all the way through. Yes, Nilla ends up being the absolute beast in the final game, completely unstoppable. No one can do anything about it. But as a team, clearly their fundamentals were on a different level. And there's a lot to learn from there for Jlingz going forward.
Yeah, as I believe that we are now ready for the interviews. I think we're going to be talking with Danksman, the manager for Verdant. Bro, what the hell was that?
I don't know, man. I don't really care about you, man.
You're muted, by the way. We can't hear you.
I can't hear him. Oh,
yeah,
no.
we can't hear a word you're saying.
Hello, hello.
Oh,
hello?
yeah, we got you.
Now we can. We got
okay,
you.
I was just saying, Middlecard, I don't really care about you. I'm here to talk with Veteran. You know, I've been missing
Okay,
Veteran.
be careful.
I don't really miss you. Like no, I don't know.
What do you mean? I'm here right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm turning speechless. You know, like I've been missing you so much, and now I don't even know what to say. It should teach.
Well, there's always next year. There's always next year.
It's always next year, exactly. It's like no, we played like shit, right? I think that's what you get when you don't scrim a single time.
I think your fundamentals are still clearly better. Just like there were those little individual moments where it was just like 5% off, and they had compositions that were good in towards that. But also, these guys have kind of beaten expectations on every single one of their runs, right? The fact that for you guys a bad day is losing one game, that should say a lot about your chances for the rest of the tournament, right?
Yeah. I think what would we have like? I'm trying not to be toxic. A bunch of Division 3 players in final as well in 2 days or what?
Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, so let's see if we can bring it back and talk a little bit about what we just saw. That was as much as he may be unhappy with the level of play. It was a very close, very well fought series, and I think that all the guys showed a lot of tenacity against an opposition that really did push you. That last play, that last push from Nilla. Well, I just want to get like your emotions, how you were feeling when that happened.
So I didn't see it because they were kind of trolling me saying they lost the game, so I didn't know if I had to go interview or not. So I was turning out this. I had to tell Flicker because he kept saying we lost. It's like GG. I had to say I'm literally holding back your money if you don't fucking tell me. I can't stand it. Obviously, I would never do that, right? But yeah. I had no clue we actually won. But I will say this, so he did have 150 ping for game 2, 3, and 4. I mean, maybe that's why he looks useless, right?
Who?
Flicker. He had 150 ping. That's also why we came late to what's it called? Lobby for was it the second game? I think. Yeah. We had to go on Skype because Discord went down and yeah.
I didn't. To be clear, I didn't think Flicker looked useless at all. I thought he had a pretty decent series, and on the last game, you are reliant on the rest of your team to get the initial DPS down before Samira goes in. So I definitely don't think I was on Flicker. I think he played
I'm just trolling him. I'm being a little
especially the Affiliates game. The Affiliates game.
The Affiliates he was really good in the Affiliates game. Yeah, he was really good. He was really good. But yeah, they did really well, Jlingz. I think all through Division 3 as well, like they've been showing like they didn't belong there, right? I think it was very clear from after like even a few games in Division 3 that they were going to promote. And our Academy team also faced them in the finals and they beat us, and you know, they are really good. They created a good team, and I think it's a team full of like synergy as well. I think they have a good feeling with each other on that team as well. I think that also takes them far, right?
Is the game 5 of this game a preview, or the game 4 of this series a preview of how we're going to see Nilla from now on? Because in spring, still Nilla was getting a lot of his like Jax's, his Camille's, his Fury. He's a split pusher at heart, right? And you got to let the heart have where it wants. You know, are we going to see if Nilla continues with Verdant in towards next year, are we going to see more of this classic Nilla? He wins the game on sidling while you guys are trying to do anything you can against his foreman.
I think why we didn't see that Nilla in summer was because we had Guppy, and Guppy, Guppy and Verdant really likes to be played around, you know.
Yeah.
So we had to kind of like 9 out of 10 times like take focus away from Nilla, and he had to go like sacrifice himself to play more like tank engage, you know, like something with utility for the team. Here he's like basically our whole approach to Winter Cup is come have fun, like we don't scrim, we don't do anything, just play, have fun. That's most important. So yeah, maybe that fits him better, having fun, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, the games were certainly very entertaining to watch from a viewer perspective. Very, very back and forth. I guess that my real question to sort of like close out the interview is when the team is in a series which is so hotly contested like this, how important is it for there to be that good level of communication? Because something that ATN spoke to me about quite heavily was that you're actually like really heavily involved in bringing E-Roll and bringing Flicker onto this roster for the Winter Cup. So I kind of want to ask you a little bit about what made them players that you wanted to see on this team and to have perform.
I think I don't know if I put too many thoughts in it. I like these guys. I worked with them before. Not Snilla and FGG, but like I've spoke with Snilla plenty of times, and I've had FGG in for a few trials. I really liked him. I think when it comes to communication, like in competitive, it's such a big thing, right? You can put 5 challenger solo queue players in, and it's not gonna work. Like it's not like most likely almost any of the Division 1 teams here will beat them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, shout out Roddy, right?
I think that and I guess like when you're in situations where the game is that close at the end, I think having that communication, having that atmosphere is really important. Daxman, thank you very much for chatting with us today. Congratulations on the wins. I'll let you get back to your team and have a good evening, mate.
Thanks for casting. Bye bye, guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was a bit messy. It was a bit of a messy game. I can understand. I can understand a little bit of the frustrations coming through from him, but fundamentally, Verdant are through to the final. They've accomplished what they set out to achieve, even if it was maybe a little bit messier than they would have liked.
A win is a win, right? And they definitely came up against a team that it's very difficult to practice into and is very, very difficult to be prepared for. These guys threw as many curveballs as humanly possible into them. I am very excited to see the finals. I unfortunately will not be there. But I'm definitely very excited to see that 4-4 series versus Verdant. You have stuff to say about 4-4. You're a big 4-4 man. You're a 4-4 kind of man, aren't you, Middlecott?
But big enjoy. I love breaking the 4th wall. I love occasionally like reaching through it and going, "Hello, guys. This isn't here anymore." But the most important part of the day has come, veteran, and of course that is the predictions. The start of the day.
True.
We all allegedly made some predictions about how this was going to turn out.
100%.
And it turns out that Aragon and Foxdrop are the biggest brains on the broadcast, predicting that 3-1. But I don't think anyone would have expected a series quite like that.
I want to massage Foxdrop's brain and get some of his magic. Is that a cat in Aragon's picture?
That is a cat in Aragon's.
Yeah, the cat's doing the prediction. That's
bro, the cat's doing everything.
Yeah.
Aragon is just like a little puppet. He's like
Aragon is the cat. You've looked at that the whole time and thought that Aragon was the person. Aragon is the cat, right? It's the puppet master behind the whole thing. I'm telling you.
That makes a lot of sense.
Can we blow up like Aragon's cat there, right? And just make Aragon's profile picture from
I'm
now
not
on.
blowing up anyone's cat.
Blow up as in blow up as in graphically. You take the cat, you enlarge the cat. You know, and that's the profile picture. Blow up from like a Photoshop sense, right? The cat's now the picture. You expand the size of the cat. They call it blow up, Middlecott. You don't get any references, Middlecott. I have to buy you Photoshop as well as Halo at the end of this series, man.
That's not too bad a thing. Let's have a look at the MVP vote for this series. Of course, we've got 3 members of Verdant for you to choose from, but realistically, It's got to be Nilla there. Absolute incredible performance. Multiple times throughout this series, really carrying his team to victory.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Nille, he was the most valuable player of the entire series. All of the value was on him in the last 3 games, and in the fourth game, I mean, he was the entire reason why they were able to win. Right? The 8-0-2 Camille there, just absolutely immense. You could say that it was maybe a bit of a team effort with Snilla there at the start, but ultimately it was Nille that all of the carried potential was on. He never gave up that lead that he was given, and he did what you have to do with that kind of lead, with that kind of champion. He brought Hullbreaker, oinked on side lane, and said, the rest of you do not exist to me, you worthless ants. I'm going to go trash that hill. Based. Man after my own heart.
You worthless.
Yes!
Hey, let's go!
There you go. There you go. We've done it. That's the real Aragon picture. I want that for the rest of the season. 1 game.
Well, maybe we'll see it.
I have immeasurably improved the NLC of that suggestion. Well, I've left my mark. You know, I've left my. I've done my. I've gone above and beyond the Call of Duty there.
Well, Nilla answered the Call of Duty in Game 4 and was able to push it through right to the end. Great series on the day. Absolute joy to watch, an absolute pleasure to be a part of. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us, for watching that series. Veteran, thank you very much for casting alongside me. It has been a pleasure today and all year. And shout out production, making sure that everything is working in the background. I have been Middlecourt. We're going to see 4th Wall against Verdant in the final. We'll see you later.